up on my wife. like the death penalty, like abortion, so many things, listening to you and listening to the victims, listening to the accused, have made me hear things that I didn't think I could hear before when they're sticking dead in my ear. So I love it. I started at number one, and it is what I grab for in the morning to start and watch and listen. My kids are teasing me about it every time, and so they started listening. Now our whole family debates it. Thank you so much. Please let me contribute. I think that people who want to listen every month get $20 a month. And the people who don't want to listen, so they can get a free spell. Thanks, Mike. I love it. Bye. From the ATL.
Thanks, Dana. That's exactly what we're doing with our Patreon. You can contribute as little as $2 a month. It doesn't have to be 20. Just go to patreon.com/swordandscale. You'll get early releases to episodes whenever possible, in some cases up to a week in advance. Plus, you'll get tons of extra content, including the new show, Sword and Scale Plus, which is only available to Patreon supporters at the $5 level or higher. And you can get the first episode right now at patreon.com/swordandscale. Plus, we also have raw, uncensored interviews from each of the episodes in season 1 and season 2, live chats, and that's just the beginning. Hope to see you there. Patreon.com/swordandscale. Till next time, stay safe.
Sword and Scale contains adult themes and violence and is not intended for all audiences. Listener discretion is advised.
Hello?
Yes.
I'd like to report a murder, please.
A murder?
Yes.
Okay, it's season 8, and it's episode 187 of Sword and Scale, a show that reveals that the worst monsters are real. Something about this story really triggered me. And god damn it, I hate that word triggered, but yeah, I can see where you were going with there. Yeah, it's triggering, unfortunately. I prefer to call it getting really, really pissed off, to be honest with you. But you kids with your words and your things, you're going to come up with your own stuff. That's fine. Anyway, give it a listen. I think at the end of this, we will find some common ground, whether you think it's being triggered or just really fucking angry. In any case, it's a beautiful day for a murder story. So here we are. Enjoy. For decades, coming-of-age movies have portrayed this image of middle school and high school female friendships that is downright enviable to the average viewer. The ideal friendship, the kind shared by so many characters in those 90s and early 2000s teen films. A trio of female friends is often depicted spending every waking moment together, rotating homes and taking turns hosting the hangouts. All three families become close as the girls take turns each weekend acting as the hostess. Pillows on the floor and a boombox in the corner make for the perfect setting to play MASH or a game of Truth or Dare, while everyone waits for mom to make snacks. Adolescence doesn't seem so scary with a couple of great friends by your side, friends that always have your back. It's nice to never question your trust in someone. Reality, though, looks a lot different for most high schoolers. High school is fraught with drama, gossip, rumors, and insecurity. Two high school best friends with a relationship lasting into adulthood is rare enough, but a trio is nearly impossible. It seems like the addition of that extra person leaves too much room for loyalty issues, miscommunication, and hurt feelings when someone is inevitably left out of social plans. At a high school near Chicago in 2004, three best friends lived everyone's dream. An idyllic, perfectly balanced, drama free friendship is what they enjoyed from the moment they met in freshman year. But sadly, it didn't last forever.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
I'd like to report a murder, please.
A murder?
Yeah.
Okay. Do
Okay.
you know who it is?
No.
You don't know who the person is that was murdered?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. Who is that?
Her name was Alicia.
What is it? Alicia?
Yes.
Marissa, Olivia, and Alicia were the perfect trio. Navigating high school in a suburb of Chicago in the early 2000s was no easy feat. MySpace was at its peak, and the internet was quickly growing into the monstrosity that it has become today. These three friends made it through by focusing on school, sports, and their after school crime show binges.
My name's Olivia. I met Alicia in high school. We became really close friends when we were probably freshmen in high school, and we're best friends ever since. We used to always hang out together, whether it be driving around doing nothing or sitting around at one of our houses watching different TV shows and just hanging out together because there was never a dull moment when the three of us were together.
Alicia Bromfield loved all of those scripted crime dramas back when everyone had cable television. But no matter what the girls were doing, Alicia always provided additional entertainment for her friends.
Mine and Alicia's favorite, we used to watch Law and Order. So that was one of our shows that we watched together. That and Friends was another one that we used to watch all the time.
Here's Marissa.
She could really honestly just make any situation better, like with her jokes and being funny and stuff, and she would, her sound effects. She'd always have some crazy sound effects.
We just kind of clicked. We were all kind of from different areas. I was in sports, Alicia played a different sport, and Marissa was the bookworm, the smart one of us three. So we all kind of came from different groups, and then we just started talking together and hanging out in classes, and then it just kind of grew to outside of school as well.
This was the dream. These three girls were floaters in high school, so to speak. They didn't fit in with any one singular stereotype. They accepted everyone for who they were and were able to get along with very polarized groups of kids. Usually the jocks stick with the jocks, and the kids who play the same sports end up in the same friend groups. The kids who were involved in theater or band or chorus all stuck together. But for Marissa, Olivia, and Alicia, that just wasn't the case.
She was friends with everyone, and so was I. We really didn't have like a certain clique or group. We were kind of friends with everyone. Alicia was beautiful inside out, and her smile is contagious, and her laugh, and she would just light up a room. And she was very funny, and she could just make a bad situation better. Like she'd always, like if something really bad happened, she would always laugh, and she'd be like, "Well," and it was always, "What are we gonna do?" She never said, "Well, what are you gonna do?" Because we were best friends. It was always, "Well, what are we gonna do?" And we'll get through it.
Both Marissa and Olivia remembered the way Alicia would diffuse any problem the trio encountered. She could take the worst possible situation and turn it into something the three could laugh about as they came up with a solution together.
I think the biggest thing that drew me to Alicia, I mean, she was never angry, there was never upset, just always bringing that positive energy to a friendship. Honestly, I can rarely remember a time where Alicia was upset. I mean, even if it was something so awful, she just knew how to make it okay. She just always had that outlook of something's going to be okay. It was just easy. It was easy to be friends with both of them. Just because we all just didn't really have worry about drama. There was no extra. It was just us being normal and just enjoying being around each other. So it was just an easy friendship to maintain.
This is Alicia's stepdad, Joe. He's been in her life since she was a baby, raising her right alongside Alicia's mother, Sherry. When it came time to start discussing post-high school graduation plans, both Joe and Sherry weren't sure what Alicia would decide to pursue.
Alicia liked to try different things. One thing that when she was in high school, she really started getting interested in history. She really liked learning about the women that played a role in the Underground Railroad. She thought that was really interesting. She thought the World War II was interesting. So when she was talking about going to college, she was thinking of going into studying history, majoring history, and potentially being a teacher.
What really piqued her interest, though, was not history, not for a career at least. All those fictional crime shows Alicia watched with her friends gave her a taste of what that career path might be like, and she was intrigued. For this reason, she began to consider a career in forensics.
But she felt she wouldn't be able to handle deceased bodies.
That was until a death occurred near Alicia's job. She worked in the garden center of Home Depot.
She worked outside in the flower department. She noticed a man in a car and that he was there for quite a long time.
The man appeared to be hunched over his steering wheel. So Alicia gathered a group of coworkers and attempted to break into the car to get the man out. Finally, they got the door open.
They asked her to go in and see if he's okay, check his pulse, and she knew immediately that he had died. Said do CPR, and she's like, I could tell he's already passed. So after that experience, she realized she could handle being around a deceased body, and so she changed what she wanted to study in college.
Alicia eventually decided to go to college a few hours away, but she wasn't totally alone in the new environment. She had her best friend Olivia with her.
I remember in high school, we were deciding where to go to college, and I always knew that I was going to go to Western Illinois because my brother went there, I had visited there, so I just knew that was where I was going to go. Alicia was deciding between two different state colleges, and I like to think that I convinced her to come with me to college. And then just because she knew she wanted to do forensic psychology, and Western just had a really good program for that. So I think that ultimately helped make her decision to go there as well.
Western Illinois University is a public college in Macomb, Illinois, which sits almost 200 miles outside of Plainfield, where Alicia, Olivia, and Marissa grew up. Though Marissa took a different path, the three remained friends throughout college. Olivia and Alicia started off their freshman year rooming together at WIU.
We were roommates we did one semester, and although we loved each other, we knew that roommates was not mine and Alicia's thing, especially not in a box like that size. So we were roommates for one semester, and then we ended up splitting up and moving in with two different people, but in the same hall, in the same place. So we were still two doors down from each other, and it just worked out so much better for us.
College was going smoothly for both girls. It was inevitable that Alicia would soon meet a boy she liked, and she did. It was the start of her junior year.
He went to college with my boyfriend at the time, and it was a different college than us, but it was about 2 hours away. So we would go visit consistently. And Alicia, actually, I'm still dating we're actually getting married now, the guy from high school. And so Alicia knew my then boyfriend before I did. So she was friends with him as well. So she would always come visit him with me. And that was just one of his friends from school.
The girls continued to visit their friends 2 hours away, but kept things casual. They were, of course, supposed to be focusing on their studies. Alicia and this boy never entered into a formal relationship, but They didn't realize they were about to be linked for life anyway.
She was at my house, and it was St. Patrick's Day weekend, and my parents were in Vegas, so she was just coming over to my house to hang out. And she looked at me and she said, "You know, I haven't gotten my period in a while." And I was like, "Well, I had an extra pregnancy test in my room because everyone got those scares when you were in college. So I had one, and I said, "Well, it's upstairs, just go take it." And I remember her walking down the stairs when she was done, and she looked at me and she goes, "I don't know if this is good, but it has 2 lines on it." And I said, "That's not good." So that was how I found out right alongside her that she was pregnant.
Now, Alicia had to figure out how to tell her parents, specifically her mother.
I was studying at that time to become a naturopathic doctor. I was studying, and Alicia sat on the floor, and she said, "I have something that I need to talk to you about. When are you going to be done studying?" And I said, "In about 3 years." And she said, "Well, I have to tell you something." And right then and there, I knew. And I got this, like, very anxious, and she started crying. And I knew then, and I said no, and she said yes. And I did not want to do what my mother and father did. They were very disappointed and kind of, weren't there for me during my pregnancy. I didn't want Alicia to feel that disappointment, and I wanted her to know that we would support her. And Joe walked in the room and he said, "I don't care if it's a girl or a boy, I'm going to teach them how to fish, and we're going to do this, we're going to do that." And at that time, she said she hadn't known if what the decision she was going to make. Whether to keep the baby, give the baby up. But I knew that she was going to keep the baby because I had seen prenatals when I went in her room, so she was already taking care of her baby.
Alicia was excited to be a mom, and everyone in her life knew she would make a great parent. No one questioned her capability, not even for a second.
She really took such good care of herself. I had made her green drinks every day. She drank them. She went to bed early. Her friends were still going out, and she did not go out. She would stay home every single night, and she was just so excited to be a mom. And, when I got pregnant young, I worked in this, volunteered in this pregnancy center later on, and I truly have never seen anybody so devoted, to their baby as she was.
By July of 2012, Alicia was in the throes of pregnancy. Morning sickness seemed to be the ailment that caused the most stress, and she often confided in her friends about her pregnancy struggles. The following is a text conversation between Alicia and Marissa. Marissa: "Fuck, man, everything's so complicated." Alicia: "I know, life sucks." Marissa: "Yeah, but hey, at least we're alive, so that's all that matters." Alicia: "Yeah, I guess. LOL." At this point in time, Alicia had no idea that she had only a mere month left to live. Despite Alicia's obvious readiness to become a mother, this pregnancy did bring forth some concerns. Alicia held the same job since she was 16 years old. She worked for a third-party company that sent workers to various Home Depot locations to care for the plants in the garden center. The job required a decent level of physical strength, and Alicia knew she wouldn't be able to complete all of her duties once she was late into a pregnancy.
I don't think she was planning to quit right off the bat because Alicia was just the type of person who always had everything planned out. So she wasn't going to leave a job without another, especially with having a child. But I think it wasn't going to be far after. I think she was waiting until she graduated college to get her degree and then start working in her field, which would have been fairly quickly after she had the baby.
Alicia liked her job for the most part. It was one she returned to the B12 lot. This parking lot was very secluded, and Edwin knew this. He'd been patrolling the grounds as a campus safety officer for almost 2 years. This was a calculated move. Kaylee was in the back seat of the patrol car, realizing something bad was about to happen. The doors had a child safety type locking system, so passengers in the back seat could not unlock the doors and leave the car themselves. She couldn't get up to the front seat either, due to the plexiglass divider.
When she gave me her, like, she had her phone, because I knew her phone was back, like, it just clicked on my head, and I threw her phone. So I told her, give me hers. So tell me exactly how you said give me hers. Say exactly how you said it. Okay, so I want to give you hers, just like that. Yeah. So she told the person on the phone from me, and she was just like, so leaving hers to this man, and I find calling instead. So, there would be, but at this time she's struggling with the door, and I'm shut up. When you start with you on that phone, she's never going to do it because she didn't see the person.
She kept screaming, so Edwin pulled over and opened the door to the back seat. He grabbed her neck with his hands and tried to choke her out to stop the noise.
And then I was panicking, I didn't know what to do. She started screaming again. So I grabbed my truck home. And shut up. She was struggling to scream. So I threw her down and my head was on her head.
What Edwin failed to tell police was that his rage seemed to be sparked by her answer to one question. He asked her if she was a prostitute, and he requested sex, offering to pay for it. She refused, so he silenced her and took what he felt he was owed.
At some point I was something as minor as an offensive comment. I mean, honestly, what was approached there is you possibly lose your job for offending someone. People are offended, people lose their job for offending people. That all of a sudden became more important than the life of a human being that you say to people. I think she honestly thought that I was going to do something. Word, man. But that's the problem right now. Word. Absolutely. At first I wasn't. Yes, you were. Well, sir, let me back up. Let's just say this right now. You saw that girl, pick her up. Were your intentions to help her because you're a security guard on the campus and people look up to you? Was your intent to find some way to help her? Or was your intent to find a way either by paying for sex or taking sex? And when things went south, you knew you had to kill her. Because now the person she looks to for safety and security wants something from her that she doesn't want to give.
He grabbed a large rock and smashed it into her head. When Kaylee ceased to move, Edwin thought she was finally dead. He proceeded to rape her limp, motionless, helpless body. Kaylee was still alive at this point. He must have thought, well, I'm already in trouble. Might as well get what I was after from the beginning, now that she can't fight me off.
After that, I dragged her body behind a tree there. I hit her with another rock. I think she died because I heard her breathe, her best friend.
Edwin realized Kaylee was still breathing when he initially dragged her into the woods. He hit her again with a large rock. These blows to her skull left her face unrecognizable. During his police interview, Edwin carefully skirts around the topic of sexual assault. He had no problem admitting that he'd killed Kaylee, but he just couldn't accept the responsibility of raping her. He was a church-going, God-fearing man after all, and he was attempting to frame the whole incident around accidentally bumping into Kaylee with his vehicle. Any ill intent Edwin had that night, he continuously tried to cover up.
So a couple things you need to understand, and we're finally getting to the real problem here, we really are, is you knew she was never getting out the car and mom, you shut that door. Well, let me finish. You need to let me finish, right? Because I noticed, right? Because you said you were hooked her. She's like, no. Immediately you go to give me your purse and your phone. Why didn't she wasn't gonna get out? She wasn't gonna survive that encounter, was she? No, because you can't rape her and let her live, can you? But she can't make a phone call if you have it. I wasn't gonna rape her. We can't let her live. Edwin, we're missing something here, man. Look, yeah, I know what you guys are thinking, and it makes perfect sense. It does. Why would you ask for her purse? What was in your head that made you want her purse? Because, you know, just in case she had a gun, she could defend herself. She was gonna use the phone. Call 911. Call her. So, but listen to this. According to your story, this is where it does not make sense. If your intent isn't already there to do some kind of harm or some kind of evil to her, some friggin' evil that's it's there. You just gotta face it down, man. You can't cower away from it. You face that damn thing down right now. If you know the only way, if you don't have intent in her head, your thought is, I gotta keep that phone away from her because she's gonna call for help before anything bad's even happened. You've already made a decision. Am I right or am I wrong? Tell me. So I made the decision that that's the sign. Kill her.
Edwin left Kaylee's body there in the wooded area of the B12 parking lot while he determined what his next moves would be. And there would be many. This legal hole Edwin was digging for himself would become deeper and deeper. With his white patrol shirt now stained in blood, Edwin drove to the gym on campus to try to wipe his clothes clean. He must not have realized how difficult it is to remove blood and dirt from clothing, especially with water alone. He must not have seen a lot of Tide commercials in his lifetime. At 1:50 a.m., he checked his watch. He was scheduled to finish his shift at 2 a.m. and knew he needed to get to the main office and clock out.
So I got there like around 2:01 or something like that. I was on the third, and he wanted to talk to me about something. And I was in the basement because I saw this scratch in my face. And I was scared that he was going to see it because I knew that you guys were going to investigate us. I knew that for a fact. So I'm not getting food to people, right? Yes. So I panicked and, you know, I just let him talk and I acted like I was doing something. And I was just saying, oh, yes, yes. And I tried telling him something, but I was so nervous that I don't think he was able to understand me, what I was saying. He goes, what? And I said it again, and he wasn't able to understand me. So again, I think he just left it after that. And didn't ask me any more questions. But I don't think he realized anything bad. I just think he probably thought I was tired. Because I told him, you know, I'm tired, I want to go home. Then when I was walking out, I'm like, okay, I need to get rid of her because if they find her out in the boys' lot, you know, knows one of us, and it's going to be me because Adam was in the office.
Edwin didn't want to waste any time getting Kaylee's body out of there. He placed her behind a tree in the woods just off the B12 parking lot, but it wouldn't be her final resting place. He left the office and got back into his personal car, the blue Nissan.
I drove a trash can first from the boiler education center, from the custodial room. I grabbed a trash can from the trash bag. I drove off the hill again and just put her head inside the back, put her in the trunk of my car and just stay at it.
This married, church-going man now had the dead body of a girl he had kidnapped and raped in the trunk of his car. I wonder if he pictured God watching him do all these things, or if he compartmentalized the guidelines his religion laid out for him, leaving those rules only to apply to his public persona.
So what happened next? So I drove her to a ditch by Kansas, and she was kind of heavy, you know? So I just grabbed her and pretty much raised her. Threw her in the ditch. You know, I went home and was like, hey, they gotta find her pretty quick. So I got to move her, put her somewhere else.
This second location where Edwin dumped Kaylee's body would not be her final resting place either. He just could not leave this poor girl alone. He went on to move her a third time.
So next day, that actually was the following night, while my wife was sleeping, is got up without her noticing that. And I left to this location. And at this time, I was feeling really bad, because I never killed anybody, and I feel really bad on her girl.
The girl has a name, Kaylee Sawyer. Interesting that he chose to dehumanize her even further. Edwin wasn't feeling bad about what he'd done. He was becoming increasingly worried about what was going to happen to him when he got caught. And he knew he was going to get caught. This all becomes clear when he says this to investigators.
And I know it was likely a one-time thing. I'm not fake. My heart. There's no regret. I can't miss it.
Edwin, quote, felt bad, end quote, because he's scared to die in prison. That's the bottom line. Who wouldn't be? Then again, most of us don't go around killing and raping people. Most of us actually follow laws and try to treat other human beings with respect. Edwin Lara, on the other hand, had carnal desires that outweighed his religion and outweighed his sense of humanity. He just didn't give a shit. He wanted something, and he took it, like an animal. Meanwhile, Kaylee, her life snuffed out, was laying in the bottom of a small canyon. Her boyfriend became concerned when he didn't hear back from her at all on Sunday, July 24th, the day after she walked away from their argument angrily. Kaylee by now would have contacted someone, maybe her mother or father, one of her friends, someone, just to tell them that she was okay. But no one had heard anything. Her phone was going straight to voicemail. Kaylee's boyfriend, Cameron, decided it was time to call 911.
Dispatch, how can I help you?
Hi, I'm not sure if this is my right number to call. Last night I got home from the bars with my girlfriend. She got upset at me and ran off. And I chased her and wasn't able to find her, and I still haven't heard from her. Her phone's off. I called all her family and they haven't heard from her, so I'm wondering what you recommend I do.
We put in a call, we can, have officers, deputies look for her.
Okay.
And where was she last seen at?
College Way.
College and what?
Outside Meadows apartment complex. It's like at the top of College Way.
In that apartment complex?
Yes.
In a specific apartment or
In the parking lot.
just in the parking lot? You
Yeah,
guys
in
live
my-
there or?
Yes, we lived there together.
And it was last night?
Yeah.
About what time?
It was like 1 o'clock in the morning.
I think I'm walking or something. Obviously, do that.
Yeah, she was mad at me, so I walked inside and told her to come meet me in there when she's like, calm down. So then I went back out in 10 minutes and she was gone, and I called her a few times and she said she was walking down the street, and then I guess she said her phone was about to die, and then I couldn't get a hold of her after that. Haven't heard from her since.
Okay. She's about on foot.
Yes.
And does she have a vehicle? Is it parked in the parking lot or?
She has a vehicle, it's parked at her friend's house, and I've been over there and talked to her friend, and she hasn't heard from her either.
And the vehicle's still there?
Yep.
What's the color, make, and model?
It's a Subaru Impreza, and it's like a dark grayish blue.
Do you happen to know the plate on it?
I don't.
That's fine. And it's parked at a friend's house.
Yes.
Any idea where she would go or?
Figured she'd go where her car was to her best friend's or her mom's, and I've been over to both. Talked to her dad, and I just haven't heard anything from anybody knowing this.
Okay.
The people in Kaylee's life knew how important her job was to her. They were patiently waiting and hoping she would show up for work the next day. At around 7 p.m. that Sunday, After Kaylee's loved ones seemed to have exhausted all their search efforts, Kaylee's mother called 911.
Yes, I need to have an officer call me. My daughter is missing, and she is over 23, but she has epilepsy and some medical issues. What's the address that she's missing from? She and her boyfriend, they live up at the Regency by COCC. I don't have the exact address.
Okay, are you able to get it?
I'm driving up there right now to talk with him and see what's going on so I can call back.
They were all looking for her, thinking she was alive at the time. You can almost hear it in their voices, the lack of sheer panic we usually hear in calls reporting people missing. Kaylee, after all, was an adult, and she had walked away after an argument with her boyfriend. There were so many possibilities, and at this point, it seemed too soon for everyone to be fretting over the worst case scenario. Then Monday rolled around. Kaylee didn't show up for work. Isabel Lara made her way to the Redmond Police Department to report her husband's actions to police. That is, the little she actually knew about his true crimes. Edwin had gone on the run, and by 5 p.m. after the major crimes team had been activated, the court granted a search warrant for Edwin's home and car. Items were immediately recovered, including the bloody purse Isabel found in her shed, with Kaylee's passport inside. That right there is some pretty damning evidence.
Well, as we're learning more about this, let's summarize what we know at this point as officials are putting together the pieces on this very complex case. Now, on Sunday night around 7 p.m., the family of Kaylee Sawyer made a report to the Bend Police Department regarding her disappearance. They say she went missing from her West Bend apartment near the Central Oregon Community College campus sometime after 1 a.m. Sunday morning. By 11:30 last night, the Central Oregon Major Incident Team, who is working on Kaylee's disappearance, changed the investigation from a missing person case to a homicide investigation. Edwin Lara is a 31-year-old Redmond resident currently employed at COCC, working as a part-time campus public safety officer. We recently learned that Lara's wife, Isabel Ponce Lara, as I mentioned, is a Bend police officer who yesterday morning reported her husband's potential involvement in this investigation.
Despite Isabel's pleas to her husband to turn himself in, Edwin went on to do the unthinkable. Over in Salem, Oregon, about a 2.5-hour drive from Redmond, a 19-year-old girl named Andrea Mays was getting off work. She worked a double shift at Ross Dress for Less. It was around 9 p.m. when she headed to her car. She sat inside for a while, checking social media and decompressing after work before driving home. She was mindlessly Snapchatting people and scrolling through her Facebook, feeling relatively safe inside her car. The doors were locked, which can sometimes make you feel like your own little armored protection vehicle, a false sense of safety. As a young girl coming out of work alone in the dark, that's often the first thing you'll remember to do. Get in your car, lock the doors. However, on this evening, Andrea left her windows cracked a little bit for airflow. Just as she was sending a message to someone, the thud of a body ramming up against the side of her car shocked her into attention. An arm came through the window, and Edwin Lara entered her vehicle with a backpack and a gun pointed right at her. He told her to drive. At first, Andrea thought this man only needed her to drive down the street to drop him off. She soon found herself on the highway for hours upon hours through the night, and she realized she had no idea what might be happening to her. She didn't know what Edwin's intentions were, and she certainly had no idea at this point that Edwin had killed a girl close to her own age and was on the run from authorities. He would go on to threaten her with that information later on. The first stop after a few hours of driving was a motel. The plan was to rent a room and stay the night, and Edwin most likely planned on sexually assaulting Andrea inside that room. Video footage shows Edwin and Andrea talking to the clerk about reserving a room. Before walking up to the window, Edwin explained to his hostage that they were to act like boyfriend and girlfriend. Edwin forced Andrea to hold his hand and reminded her that if she said anything or made eye contact with the clerk, he was not afraid to kill them both. Andrea wanted desperately to convey to this clerk somehow that she was in horrible trouble. The clerk didn't catch any of her facial expressions or seemed to think anything was awry. She and Edwin then drove around the building to the room they had rented, and Edwin handcuffed Andrea to the bathroom door and blindfolded her while he showered. He then forced her to swallow sleeping pills, threatening that if she did not comply, he would inject the sleeping pills into her forcibly. Andrea tried her best to stay awake throughout the night. She felt Edwin encroaching on her personal space and nibbling at her earlobe. An alarm on her phone went off, and she brilliantly told Edwin that it was a reminder for her to take her medicine. She explained to him that she had a really, really nasty STD, for which she had to take medicine every day. This story Andrea concocted on the spot could be the only reason she evaded sexual assault that night. The next morning, they began driving again. Andrea's car was leaking oil, and Edwin knew they needed to ditch it. He refused to let her go with the car. He needed her as a hostage at this point, for protection against law enforcement. He knew that they would eventually catch up with him. At around 5 a.m., they pulled into the parking lot of a Super 8 motel in Wairika, California. Edwin spotted a man unloading things from his car into his motel room and told Andrea that was the car they were going to take. What unfolded over the next few minutes occurred in what felt like seconds.
911, what's your emergency?
Hi, it's Karen at CHP.
Hi.
Hey, I just transferred a call to medical, Super 8 Motel. The manager there said there's a gentleman who says he got shot in the stomach, and he's laying down in room 108.
108. All right, Karen, I'll
Okay.
take a look at the guy.
Hey, thanks. Bye.
This man was another casualty of the tornado named Edwin and Laura, ripping through 2 states and demolishing anything in its path. If he knew he was going to get caught like he claimed so many times, why did he drag out this crime spree for so long? Why not just cut to the inevitable and turn yourself in? Andrea and Edwin followed the 73-year-old man who was unloading things from his car. They followed him into his motel room, and Edwin demanded the man hand over the keys. When the man screamed for help, Edwin yelled that he would shoot him if he didn't stop yelling. The man yelled again, and Edwin shot him in the stomach. After Andrea and Edwin ran out of the room, the man was able to call 911 and received medical care, which saved his life. Edwin, Laura, and his hostage ran a little over 100 yards down the road to a gas station. Edwin's eyes darted around for another vehicle that they could steal. Time was running out. He needed to get back on the road. He spotted the vehicle that they would take. A family had been traveling inside the targeted car when they needed to stop for gas. The father and grandfather were inside using the restroom, while 2 teenage boys and their grandmother were waiting inside the car for them to return. Edwin grabbed Andrea, and the two started walking towards the car. Edwin threw Andrea into the vehicle and pointed a gun at the oldest teen's head, yelling, "Drive, or I'll shoot." The teen began driving south on the interstate with his grandmother, brother, Andrea, and Edwin in tow. Edwin now had 4 hostages. While they drove, The teens in the car would later recount to investigators that Edwin told them the whole story of how he had killed 2 people. He explained that he used to be a good man, a religious man with a wife, living a good life. And then the urge to kill just crept up on him, and he had to act on it. So he did. Could Edwin Laura have been a serial killer in the making? Many seem to think so, which makes you wonder, how many other people out there, close to you, have the same desire to kill? The teens somehow convinced Edwin to let them stop the car and get out. Miraculously, he allowed it. They pulled over, and the 2 boys and their grandmother were abandoned on the interstate. Andrea was still held captive inside the car. Edwin took Andrea's cell phone and, in between calling his friends and family to speak to them before the inevitable happened, he recorded a video that he wanted her to post on her Facebook timeline.
Hi everybody, I just want to say that I apologize for everything I've done. Most likely I'm going to get caught, and sorry about that girl in Oregon.
All he says is, "Sorry about that, girl." His tone is so flat and emotionless. It's absolutely appalling to hear that lack of remorse coming directly from his mouth.
And I want to thank you ever. Freya, that he's fine. He's fine. He's so far he's been doing what I've been going to do. You know, and if you guys are wondering, I'm not 36 years old. All right, I'm not that kind of guy.
Now, I know this clip is getting really good, and I'm interrupting again, but Edwin Laura really just said, "I'm not that kind of guy," in reference to sexual assault. Well, let's think about that for a second. Not only is he placing sexual assault on an elevated level of evil beyond murder and desecration of a body, but he's also claiming that he's not someone who would ever sexually assault anyone. We know that he sexually assaulted Kaylee's body after he thought she was dead. We know that he intended on assaulting Andrea in that hotel room. That's how this all started. Yet here Edwin is trying to convince the public that he's just not that kind of guy. What a douche.
You know, I used to kill that other girl, you know, and I regret it. I regret killing her. She kept screaming, and I decided to forever. So, you know, like I say, she's still fine, driving, and she'll be home pretty soon. And sorry to her grandma and her family members, her boyfriend. You know, I'm sorry. That cop. You'll see her pretty soon. Okay, so the cop said, not to shoot us, if you shoot us, then that's not my fault. Sorry, everybody. Bye.
Edwin urged Andrea to post the video with the caption, "Murderer on the loose." This could have actually helped her potentially, but she was embarrassed. She didn't want her Facebook friends to see the post. She changed the privacy settings on the video so that only she could view it once it was posted. Not sure exactly what she was thinking by doing that. As Edwin flew down the highway going over 120 miles an hour, a highway patrol officer spotted him and began pursuit. With no knowledge of who was in the car, he was just hoping to pull over this car for speeding. The chase continued, and Edwin began to realize that this was the end. There was no way out aside from surrendering. He did not want to be killed by police.
Yes, hi, this is Edwin Lara, and I'm the guy on Interstate 5, going on high speed. I know you guys have the chopper up here already.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just want to say I am going to turn myself in.
Okay, where are you at?
Okay, I'm on I-5. I think go to Reading if I'm right.
So, you know, I am wanted for murder in the state of Oregon.
Okay. Edward, where are you at right now? Can you stop?
I am gonna stop once I hit Reading. Once I'm in Reading, I'm gonna stop.
Can you tell me where you are right now?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Let's see, there's a sign right here. 50 miles from Corning. 50 miles south or north of Corning.
Are you by yourself or?
No, I have someone with me. I kidnapped her in Oregon. She's innocent. Her name is Andrea. What's your last name? I'll let her give her last name to keep all her family, okay? Give me a second.
What's her name? Hello? Yeah, hi, what's her name? Andrea. Andrea, what's your last name? Me, Maes. Okay, are you hurt at all, Andrea? No. No, okay. Do you know where you are? Let me talk to Edwin again.
Hello?
Yeah, Edwin, you're heading southbound on 5?
Yeah, I'm heading southbound on 5.
Sorry, did you make it past Reading yet?
I think I did. I'm 50 miles from Corning.
You're 50 miles from Corning?
Yeah, 15.
Oh, 15 miles from Corning.
Yeah. So I'm passing a state trooper, a highway patrol right now.
You're what, sir?
I'm passing a highway patrol.
Okay, where are you at though?
I am Flores Avenue, 1 mile from Flores Avenue.
1 mile from Flores? Are you able to safely find somewhere to stop?
I'm not gonna stop right here. I'm just gonna turn myself in Corning. Okay.
Are you going to Corning Police or where are you going?
Yeah, I'm going to Corning Police. But I wanna ask you a favor.
Uh-huh.
So I have asthma.
Yeah, that's, okay.
Yeah, so you tell not to be too rough on me, cause you know, I can't really breathe right now. All right, so that's all I wanted to say. You know, I want.
Any kind of medical or?
Yeah, well, I think so. I'm gonna do my inhaler. I forgot my inhaler at home. You know, I went all over Salem, Oregon, looking for an inhaler, but I guess they don't sell it. You know, behind the counter.
Well, who thinks to grab their inhaler from home before they kidnap poor people and engage in a high-speed police chase? Who can blame them, really? It was just an easy mistake to have made. This 911 operator is being so sickeningly sweet and helpful in this situation, even when a self-admitted murderer and kidnapper is asking her to make sure police are easy on him. It's ironic because many of the 911 calls made by victims of violent crime include operators that are unprofessional and downright rude. But she's nice, you know. But it's understandable in this instance that the operator may have been acting a certain way so that she could coerce Edwin into pulling over immediately, rather than waiting until he got to his destination.
Edwin, how fast are you going?
I'm going about 120 miles an hour right now.
120 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Can you slow down?
Well, I want to make it there quick. That way I can turn myself in.
Well, the officer sees you, but you just don't want you to speed away from me because you can stop and just give yourself in or might be easier.
Well, there's an officer behind me right now.
I think they see you. We're talking that they see you.
Yeah, he's beating me. I think it's he's right behind me.
Okay, the officer sees you, and are you able to safely stop?
Yeah, I can stop, but not right now. I'll stop at Corning.
What's the difference of stopping now in Corning?
I just don't want to stop right here in the middle of the road, you know, putting myself in danger and putting everybody else in danger, more in danger, I guess.
You know, they won't. They're aware. I'll let them know they won't. But if you can stop safely, they just don't want you to run. They think you're going to run or anything.
Okay,
And do you have any weapons with you?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I do have a gun on me. I am not going to flash the gun, so you tell them not to shoot me.
Okay.
No, I don't want to die.
Okay, you can tell your words. I'll let them know.
Yeah, I'm going to let them know. You know, don't hurt Andrea. You know, she's a nice girl. You know, don't hurt her. I'm actually calling my family just to say bye to them. So once I'm done calling on my family, then I'll turn myself in.
Okay, we can hold your family if you want.
I already called my wife. I called a lot of people already. I am wanted for the death of Katie Sawyer at Bend, Oregon.
What's the girl's name? Kaylee what?
Sawyer?
Sawyer?
Yes.
And she was from Bend, Oregon?
Yes. I just want to say that it was an accident.
So I work for campus public safety there. And she was really drunk and I didn't feed her and I run her over.
Okay.
And then after that, you know, she was still breathing and then she was screaming and I decided to silence her forever.
Okay.
And I am very remorseful for that. And,
Okay.
I know her.
And then are you able to stop? The officers behind you, they don't know if you're running and stuff or are trying to run from them. So if you can safely stop, they'll have the freeway blocked and nobody will get hurt if you just try to
Okay,
stop.
you want me to read the plate for you?
Your
Of the officer? The police officer's plate?
No, you don't need to read the police officer's plate.
Okay, because I want her to just get in front of me if she can.
What do you want
That
in
way
front of you?
she can move all the time. I'm not gonna shoot anybody, I promise.
I know, but you have to realize they have to take care of this for their safety and for your safety as well. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
All right, so I'm about to get to Corning. I'm like 4 miles away.
Okay, where are you at now? Can you tell me where you are?
I am 4 miles from Corning.
Okay. The girl that's with you, how old is she? Andrea, how old is she?
How old are you? She's 19.
19 years of age, okay.
Yeah.
Does she have any weapons or anything, or?
Nah, she doesn't.
She doesn't?
I honestly, I did kidnap her. We drove her car, you know, and her car died on us, so I had to borrow somebody else's car.
He really does not like taking responsibility for things, does he? Borrow is an interesting word choice.
So are you gonna stop?
Yeah, maybe. I will stop right now. I'm used. You know, I'm shaking up. I mean, I'm shaking.
I understand. You know,
I don't want to get shot. I mean,
okay, I will let them know, but you need to make sure you listen carefully, okay?
okay. I mean, just to let you know, I have a bulletproof vest too.
Are you wearing it?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, you're not gonna try to do anything, right?
No, I'm not. You want me to throw my gun out of the window right now?
You don't do it now. No, don't do that right now.
All right.
I just want you to stop,
Well,
please.
I can just give it to Andrea. See if she wants to kill me.
No. You don't want to do that to her and yourself.
All right. I'm just gonna call her grandma and apologize, and then I'll stop.
You know, right now, let's just kind of worry about you stopping.
Okay.
Just worry about stopping to get you guys both safe, okay?
All right. Okay, I'll stop.
Okay.
I'll hang up now.
I'm gonna stay on the line with you, okay?
Okay. Well, basically, or technically, it's illegal to stop on the phone and drive, right?
You know, if you're calling in an emergency and you know what, this is just a total different circumstance, okay?
How iconic. A murderer and rapist is worried about cell phone laws on the highway.
I know this is being recorded, and, you know, I just want to say to the family of Katie that, you know, I am sorry. I'm sorry for what I did to her, and in time I will tell them where the body is. You know, I will just, that way she can rest in peace.
Do you wanna let me know or just have this recorded where it is?
No, I remember.
Okay.
So, I mean, hopefully the police officer doesn't shoot me, you know, and I'll survive, you know.
What this coward is saying, in so many words, is that he was trying to preserve his own life above all else. He's saying, you better not kill me, or you'll never find out where Kaylee's body is.
Okay, are you able to safely just pull over this so the officers don't keep them chasing you? Just pull over.
Yeah, I'll pull over right now. Okay, I'll just talk to Andrea.
Okay, and just don't hang up.
I'm not.
Hello? Yeah, hi, Andrea. Are you okay? You don't need any medical anything? No. Okay, so, Edward, where's this gun at? Does he have it between his legs?
I don't know.
Can you see it? He said he had it between his legs. Is he stopping?
Yeah.
He is stopping?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, make sure your hands are up too and stuff. I know you're on the phone right now, but just hold your hand up so they can see your hands too.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay on the line with you until the officers get there, okay? And you're gonna be okay. Andrea? Does he have his hands up?
Yeah.
He does have his hands up? Okay. Just tell him to make sure that the officers.
Tell him I can't.
Hey, Ken, you said he can't hear.
Do I get out or do I?
Tell him we're letting the officer know that he can't hear.
He's already walking towards them.
He's walking towards the top, but make sure he holds his hands up.
Yeah, he is.
He is. Tell him to turn around and don't walk towards him, though. He can walk backwards towards him.
I can't, he's too far.
Okay. And if you want to do the same, once he gets out stuff, just turn around and walk backwards towards him. Don't walk facing him.
Okay. Do I stay on the line with you?
Once you get out, I'll go ahead and disconnect the line. Once you get out, can you see, do they have him in custody already?
They're putting the cuffs on him right now.
Put the cuffs on him?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hang up and get out and you walk backwards towards him with your hands up, okay?
Okay.
Okay, Andrea, it's gonna be okay.
She told me to stay in the car.
Okay, so you stay in the car? Okay, then whatever instructions they give you, then do that.
Okay.
This nightmare was almost finally over for Andrea, but the police still had to treat her like she was a threat. How traumatizing this whole ordeal must have been, to have been kidnapped, held hostage, and then treated like a criminal when she was finally released by her captor. When police finally had Edwin in custody, sitting down at an interrogation table, they had one goal in mind: finding Kaylee's body.
All right, so here's the thing. I just want to get through the nitty gritty. We have not been able to find Kaylee's body. Can you please help me find her body immediately before we start talking about anything else? The reason why I'm asking you that is I've done this a bunch of times. I want to tell you where the body is. Yeah, I do. But I want to get on first. Okay. If this information gets to other people, you were like, hell yeah, I'm going to tell you, but only until I get what I want. They might try to think of this about something different than what it is. And so we need you to remember that it doesn't matter so much about what happened, it's what you do now. And you know this now about wants to do that.
Edwin drew a map to the canyon that he had thrown Kaylee's body into. It was off Highway 126, about 10 miles outside of Redmond, Oregon. Her face was unrecognizable, and her family had to identify her body based on a tattoo Kaylee had on her wrist. Here's the Bend, Oregon District Attorney speaking on the overview of the case. The entirety of Edwin Lara's crimes was devastating to the community and to those who had to investigate it. Even the DA himself begins to get emotional while talking about Kaylee.
The autopsy revealed that Kaylee died as a result of blunt force trauma to her head. Her injuries further indicate that she fought for her life. This is an investigation, the lights of which Deschutes County was never seen. It started as a missing persons case. Then it became a case with a murder that occurred in one location, a body being moved to two different locations, the kidnapping in a county on the other side of the Cascade Mountains, followed by an attempted murder in California, a carjacking in California, and a high-speed chase. Deschutes County residents should be proud of the top-notch and professional investigation that was done by our local law enforcement officers.
Edwin did not go to trial. He pleaded guilty to his crimes and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The work wasn't done in Kaylee's family's eyes, however. Her family filed a lawsuit against Central Oregon Community College, alleging that the campus atmosphere was a breeding ground for abuse of power at the hands of campus safety officers. They claimed that these officers had an attitude of being above the law. They had vehicles that looked like cop cars. They had uniforms very reminiscent of those that police officers wear, and they were even given handcuffs and bulletproof vests. These campus safety officers did not go through the same training police officers must complete. This past May, the Oregon governor signed a bill into law that would prevent campus safety officers from having anything that looks like actual law enforcement equipment. This law prohibits rooftop lights, push bumpers, and dividers between front and back seats inside campus safety vehicles. The vehicles must also have GPS and an interior recording system. The law prohibits officers from stop and frisk type procedures, and more in-depth background checks and psychological evaluations will be required before a new officer is hired. This law has already gone into effect, and it's called Kaylee's Law. There's a long, heartbreaking list of people whose lives were changed because of Edwin Lara's decisions. Kaylee's family chose to try to make change to legislation in her honor, to protect other students from yet another sect of authority actively abusing their power in this country. And in this case, it worked. That does it for this episode of Sword and Scale. It's nice to be back after summer break. Now we've got a whole lot of fascinating stories coming up for you this year, but more importantly, we have a plus perk. Listen, I don't want to hear any complaining once this perk is gone. I always hear complaining, I just don't want to hear it. You have a chance right now to get this perk, and you may never get the chance again, because you must have an active account during the month of July to qualify. Not August 3rd or 2nd or 1st, July. Also, don't wait 5 seconds before midnight on the 31st either. If you want this perk, sign up right now. What is it, you may ask? Well, it's a set of 4 beautiful Sword and Scale themed lapel pins along with matching metallic stickers, all designed by Lily Baig. You know, better than me explaining it, why don't you just go see them for yourself? Go to Sword and Scale's Instagram page, and you'll see plenty of pictures of them. If you're at the $10 level of Plus, you'll get all 4 stickers. If you're at the $15 level, you'll get all 4 stickers and 1 randomly selected pin. And members at the $25 level or higher will get all 4 stickers and all 4 pins. These are not available anywhere. And once they're gone, they're gone. But if you have an active account with a valid mailing address during the month of July, you are guaranteed to get one. No more shortages or shipping mishaps. We've sorted out a lot of things on our end that were issues in the past. Also, this offer is available to anyone in any country that we can legally ship to. That includes you, Australia. So go to swordandscale.com/plus and sign up before it's too late and you find yourself back on my Instagram page complaining like I told you not to. Again, that's swordandscale.com/plus. Sign up, get not only the pin set, but over 70 exclusive episodes of Plus, tons of additional content, all commercial free, and much, much more. We'll see you there. And until next time, don't forget your inhaler and stay safe.
Listener discretion is advised.
I realized that we were dealing with someone that murdered without hesitation and would not stop doing what he was doing until we stopped him. And so we had the trappings of a serial murder case here about to take off.
Welcome to Sword and Scale, Season 3, Episode 79, and Part 1 of a 2-part story, in a show that reveals that the worst monsters are real. Before we get started, I wanted to mention that we just partnered up with a cool new indie label called Youngbloods for the music on this and some of the other future episodes. You can check them out at weareyoungbloods.com. And as always, if you like the music on the show, we post links to all the tracks and artists on the show notes at swordandscale.com. If you haven't checked out the site, you're really missing out. Apart from the podcast, we have hundreds of articles about insane real crime cases. Some of them are as shocking and disturbing and entertaining as anything you'll find in our episodes. And that site is managed by our very own extremely talented Heather Sutphin, who just doesn't get enough credit. So check it out at swordandscale.com. As I said in the intro, this is part one of a two-part story. In this episode, we're going to walk you through police interrogation in real time and demonstrate a play-by-play of exactly what they're doing and how they're doing it. Now, this story does get more insane in part two, so we recommend that you do not try to Google the names of the people involved, otherwise you'll just be spoiling the story for yourself. And also, if you happen to know what the story is about, please try to refrain from posting details about the case online so that you don't ruin it for others. Thanks, and we hope you enjoy this two-parter. Imagine you're in love. You're a young woman, 25 years old, engaged to be married to the love of your life. He is a year younger, 24, a tall, blonde, handsome young man from a good family, and he has big dreams. He's a medical student at Boston University. It's April 20th, 2009, and the two of you are planning to be married in August. It's a Monday, and you're in the car with your fiance, driving to a casino in Connecticut. He likes to gamble every now and then, and you like to watch and just be in his company. But on the way to the casino, a bevy of police cars pulls you over. You are taken to the local police station, and so is your fiance. Once there, you're escorted into a small interrogation room. He is taken to another room just down the hall. In this place, you are about to learn something that will shatter your world forever.
And as we explained, we want to talk about some ongoing incidents over the past few days that we received some information that we want to follow up on by talking to you and your boyfriend.
Fiance.
Yeah, your fiance, I'm sorry. And maybe some goings on in and around your neighborhood or your building. Do you live with him there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you live at his apartment building?
But yeah, we do, but I do go home once a month for doctor's appointments, and we're planning a wedding. So wedding signatures. So I'm at home once every month for about a week or two. So it's like I spend half my time here and half my time in New Jersey.
Okay. And are you working right now?
No. I'm going to school in September, so.
How old are you?
25.
And you're going to be going to school this coming?
I'm going to medical school in the Caribbean in September.
Okay. Were you working previously?
Not since before my back surgery, which was 2007. I've been looking for work in Boston for about a year and a half now. I have not found anything. I can only do part-time work because I have so many back problems.
Okay.
Before that, I was working at a hospital in New Jersey after I graduated college. So,
Any part-time job, employment here and there? Oh, okay.
no.
And your boyfriend, what's his name?
Philip, Philip, Markov, Markoff.
Who had the apartment first, you or him? Who won the-
Hey, he moved in first. He takes out student loans to pay for it. I mean, that's how we're living right now.
Okay. And that was in August?
Yeah.
So he moved to High Point in August. Did he move into that apartment?
Yep.
Okay. You've been in the same apartment ever since you moved in, or moved between apartments?
No.
Okay. Does anyone else live with him or with you there?
No.
Okay. Anyone used to live with him or you there?
No, never. The first year of medical school, when he lived closer to school, he lived with a roommate named Mike. That's all I know. I didn't live with him. I lived in New Jersey at that time.
Do you know Mike's last name?
Mike Green.
And was that in the Dorchester address?
Yeah. I don't think it was Dorchester. I think it might have been like Dorchester Ave. Is that's close here?
Yeah, could be Dorchester.
I mean, yeah.
The young woman being questioned by police is Megan McAllister, and she has no idea what any of this is about, as the line of questioning turns to the couple's finances.
Sure, Lieutenant Detective Murray. For rent down there in High Point, Circle, how much do you pay a month, you know?
$1,400.
$1,400? And how about other expenses?
I don't take care of any of that because I don't have a job. We take out loans. He takes out loans for everything. So it's, I think, $1,400 plus just bills and then food. And then, I have some savings, which I spend on food. And that's it. So
What type of bills do you have?
I'm not aware. I don't handle any of that, so I couldn't tell you.
So, have you ever seen an electric bill come to the house?
Yeah.
Electric bill? Any other bills, cable?
Yeah, we have at Comcast, so it's internet, phone, and TV thing. They came once in August when we moved in, and that's it. That's
Any idea how much that is a month? Roughly? No. And how
maybe 100, maybe a little bit less than 100.
Okay, so student loans, did you take out student loans also to pay for his medical school as well, or is?
Yeah, medical school, they give you loans for everything. They give you loans to live, for school, so, B is expensive. They get, that.
What questions still remains? Why? We don't really have an answer for what put her out there. A lot of theories floating around, perhaps she interrupted. We backtracked a little bit into the neighborhood, and apparently there had been reports of burglaries in the weeks and months preceding this situation. So the possibility of an interrupted burglary is there. It had to be robbery. Whoever came in while she was here, and once they found out she was here, they didn't want to leave her to go find it. So they made McMurray. If this case is solved, it was because there'll be somebody that talks, there'll be somebody that admits their involvement in this. And of course, I'm a firm believer that that's what normally captures their credibility and ability to keep the mouth shut. No one knows exactly what happened to a heat company on a little country bridge in Oklahoma that day. A year later, Pat Conway is still searching for answers. Even though you're discouraged, you keep pushing it every day. You take nothing matter when you look mad at the liar. Get up with more detail in my own time. That somehow needs to be solved. Out there, start trying to solve the case. Next, the story of Glenn and Bessie Hine, who disappeared on a perilous rafting trip on the Colorado River. Both were soon lost until a woman claiming to be Bessie Hine said she murdered her husband.
I mean, do you use expense?
For regular lieutenant running, does he get those phones because he's like a preferred gambler, one of those types of things?
I guess. I mean, they say they send them to everybody just because it's been a slow year. So they're just trying to fill up the rooms. I mean, I think they send, like, my parents, you know, things in the mail. My parents have been there once in their life. So.
You go down there about twice a month. Do you play cards?
I don't. I sit with him and watch him, but I don't gamble at all.
And what does he play usually?
He plays blackjack. Or like that's it. For like a couple hours, and then, you know, we have dinner, and then that's it. That's basically what we do there.
What kind of stakes? Any type of, you know, what kind of...
He has no money, so he's you know, he's not gambling with a lot of money.
Small stakes?
Yeah.
And when you're out of town, you were out of town this past month, do you talk daily?
Yeah, we talk a few times a day.
Okay.
In the house, so he's always at home. I mean,
texting?
Texting, I text him.
Okay. And you're not sure the number you text, you just have them punched into your machine?
Yeah, it's just spell, you know.
Police are clearly wondering how a medical student with no money is renting hotel rooms and gambling.
Has finances, how long has the financial situation been like this, where it just takes loans to basically live?
Since he started medical school, because they don't, you know, you can't have a job while you're in medical school, basically. I mean, this is how everyone lives. Either, you know, you have rich parents who pay for your medical school, or you take out loans. That's basically what it is.
He's the latter.
Yeah.
And you were getting ready to go to medical school yourself?
Yeah.
When you did work, what did you do for work?
I was a medical transcriptionist in a hospital in New Jersey, and that was in 2007. That wasn't even for a whole year.
That was where, in New Jersey?
Yeah.
You never worked up here in Massachusetts?
No, never. I mean, I've been looking for jobs on Craigslist and whatnot, but haven't had anything. Haven't even gotten, you know, answers from people.
And how about your boyfriend?
He
prior to going to medical school, did he, was he working anywhere or?
No, because he went right from college, undergraduate, to medical school. So he did not work in between.
Where did he go to undergrad?
University at Albany. SUNY Albany. We both went there.
That's what you both did.
Mhm.
So we met?
Yeah.
How long you been dating?
It was my senior year, so I graduated in 2006, so it's been since 2005. 3.5-4 years.
And so the rent is like 1,400, food, cable,
Mhm.
you have 2 vehicles. So we're talking somewhere in excess or in the area of, I mean, we could say between $1,500 and $2,000 a month just for basic living expenses.
Mhm.
And student loans covers all that.
And like I said, like I have savings, which are gone now, which I use for food and stuff, you know, the past year.
And so on a day like when you're down at Foxwoods today, was the room that you were gonna stay in completely, excuse me, was the room that you're gonna stay in completely comped? Or did you have to pay a nominal fee?
No, it was $79. They gave us,
$79.
yeah, they gave us a $79 rate. And then, I mean, he has like a card at home that says, you know, you get a free room each week in that, you know. But I think a bunch of people get that. I don't know why. I get it.
So you're gonna stay one night for $79?
Yeah.
The interrogation starts to weave towards the heart of the matter, a little website called Craigslist.
You said you were looking for work on Craigslist.
Mhm.
Do you frequent,
I haven't done it since December because I've been concentrating on getting into medical school, so I need, so from this past December and then like a year before that, I was looking, I was doing like trying to find nanny jobs, stuff like that. I would like email people or email the Craigslist people, and I mean, I got maybe 1 or 2 people who called me back out of the hundreds.
not as so, I'm a little bit older than you obviously, so that Craigslist stuff, how does that work? Do you apply for jobs right on?
There's people that it's like a newspaper classified ad online. So there's people who post jobs or whatever you're looking for, housing. You go and you click whatever you want. Like I, you know, was searching for childcare or something like that, or something in the medical field. So I would go and they would either have their email or there would be a Craigslist email. And the Craigslist email would email the person, you know, your response. So I would be like, well, I'm interested in this job. Here's my resume. And they would send it to them. But nobody, like I said, nobody got back to me.
Have you,
Maybe 1 or 2 women did. And they were like, oh, well, you know, you're not good enough. So.
sorry, to connect with the record, have you posted your resume on Craigslist?
No, I didn't. No, I sent them an email to people.
Okay.
I haven't sent my resume to anybody in years, except for these women that I just wanted to apply for nanny jobs. Like I don't post them on Monster.com. I don't post my resume or anything like that.
Megan begins to suspect that the line of questioning has to do with the whereabouts of her fiance, and she's quick to try to dispel the interrogator's suspicions.
Does anyone else visit him or live with him at all?
No. I mean, me and him, like, we're together 24 hours a day. Like, because during school, the professors, they put the lectures online, so you don't have to go to class and stay in class. You can be at home and watch the lectures, which is what he does. So we're together all the time. And whenever I'm at home in New Jersey, you know, this has been the longest time I've been in New Jersey this past month, and that was a month. And usually I'm just gone for a week or a few days. And when I am, I call him, and I call him on the home line, and he's at home. You know, it's not like I'm calling him on his cell phone, and he's, you know,
Alright,
somewhere else.
so you were actually not in Quincy for the past month?
Right.
And today's the 20th of April, so when was the last time you were in Quincy?
I think it was the 23rd exactly. I had a doctor's appointment the 24th, so I think I went the day before, the 23rd.
That's in February?
No.
Right. February.
February?
I've been gone for a month. So this is the longest I've been gone.
So you've been in New Jersey since February 23rd?
February 24th, to March, April. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. I haven't been gone for 2 months.
We're April 20th today.
April 20th.
Okay. Okay. So I'm sorry. So I was home February 24th, maybe for a few days, and then the next month, or March. So March, it was the end of March that I came home. My appointment was it would have been a month from the 24th. So I think it was March 20th when I came home to New Jersey, March 20th, and then I came back now. So it was a month. I'm sorry, February, yeah.
Again, police try to determine whether there have been any unusual spending habits lately. Perhaps some money that her fiance has gotten hold of somehow.
Have you been experienced any more financial trouble, or has your fiance talked to you about experiencing any more financial trouble of late? Have things gotten easier? Has there been more money available?
No.
No?
Not at all.
Okay, I think I asked you, no one else lives, you both basically live in that apartment, correct?
Right.
So you spend, at least some portion of your time in New Jersey, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and no one else lives with your fiance? But does he have any roommates, or former roommates, or best friends that like crash there or hang out there?
No, we never have friends over ever. I mean, like, since we've moved to Boston, you know, we don't have any group of friends that we hang out with. He has like a few friends from medical school, which he sees, you know, very rarely.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I mean, we've never had any friends come over to our apartment ever. Like that. Great. I mean, basically, maybe, you know, just family members.
Does your family come up and visit a lot?
No, his mother has come up once or twice. His father's come up a couple times, and my parents came up once. But other than that, if we were to go out with friends, we would meet them out in Boston somewhere, and, you know, go out to dinner or something like that. I mean, the money thing, I don't know why you're asking me if it has gotten easier, but it's been tough this whole time. It's been like, you know, we're living dollar to dollar. Because they're not going to give you more money than he's taking out the maximum amount of loans. And that's, you know, like we were only going to get this apartment that's at an 8 High Point Quincy if I got a job, and I never ended up getting a job because no one responded to me, and so it's been really hard. So he's been seeking out the maximum amount of loans. So it's been very difficult.
Does that add to the stress down the situation? Is it, I mean, financial stress is affecting everybody, right?
Yeah, I mean, not really, because, I mean, you know, he's been dealing with it for 2 years. You know, we do what we can do, and we'll, you know, eventually we'll have money and we'll pay them back, you know.
So you moved into that apartment when? August,
I think I was August. He might have been the end of July.
and that was a 08?
Yes.
And he moved in around July of 08?
Yes, I think that's the end of July. We moved in about 2 weeks apart from each other.
Okay. When you lived in Boston, did you also have Comcast, phone, internet, data, cable, all that?
Yeah.
Do you have the same phone number? Did he pick up on?
No, he did not. No. We got a new phone number.
And you got the phone number when you moved to funding?
We weren't gonna get one, we were just gonna use our cell phones, but we don't get good cell phone reception in our apartment, so we ended up getting a phone a couple months, I think, after Comcast. After the internet thing.
Just when you talk about looking for work on Craigslist, have you ever posted any other type of activity on Craigslist?
I've never posted anything, I just responded to things. So it's like if a woman's posting, you know, I run the nanny for my 3 children, I'll, you know, email her, this is my resume, and that was a few times. That's it. I don't post anything myself. I respond.
Do you know if Philip has posted anything?
No. He doesn't go on Craigslist.
He doesn't.
He wouldn't have like,
I mean, he is not work. He's not gonna find work or anything, you know.
but we have like maybe an old stereo, he's getting high plug, would he post it to sell, or his old broken computer?
He's not gonna sell his old broken computer to anybody now.
Someone might fix it.
Yeah, I don't think so, no.
This is where the interrogation crosses paths with physical evidence. You see, this isn't a fishing expedition. Police know exactly what they're looking for. They want to establish that no one else could possibly be responsible for the use of an internet connection and prepaid phones that have been linked to the couple's apartment, and more specifically, to her fiance.
And do you know if anyone else has ever used your phone?
And I mean, he tells me everything. He would probably tell me, you know, if I'm posting my computer on Facebook. So.
Has anyone ever used your address or phone number? Any friends out of town that use your address or your phone number? Where they, come here or anything like that?
I don't think. I mean, I don't think many people know our address, but we did send, like, we're having a wedding in August, so we did send the dates out. So every week put our return address on everybody's envelope. And all of our family, that's like 100 people. So.
How about yourself? How about your home number?
Our home number. I've given it to people. It's actually been a crazy number because this one day we were getting cell phone calls every 5 minutes, like Massachusetts cell phone, like very, very sketchy all day. And we also all the time get random calls from people, and we just wait into on our landline, and it's just an awful phone, and we get lots of, it's.
What kind of sketchy calls?
This one person keeps calling. He sounds not right, like mentally not right, and he's like jibber jabber kind of talking, and it's happened a few times. And there was one day, and every 5 minutes we would get a different cell phone. It would be, say, Massachusetts cell phone number, and it would be like every 5 minutes, and it'd be a different Massachusetts cell phone number, and they'd be calling and we, just got pissed me off. And then finally I just said, stop calling, and,
Were they asking for anything, saying anything? What would be the?
They were like asking for somebody, some random person. I don't even remember. You might remember the person's name that they were asking for. We get like calls all the time asking for so-and-so, so-and-so there, so-and-so there, And some of these.
What do you mean by sketchy?
Well, there's this one guy who's called a bunch of times asking for somebody, and he's like, he sounds not right. He sounds like, mentally impaired. Saying, is mom there? Give me mom, like put mom on the phone, and you start cursing and swearing, and like that. And it's happened a few times, and we'll say, don't, stop calling. Sometimes we just don't answer it, and it's from different numbers.
Any of the calls have any content about threatening nature or sexual nature or anything like that?
Not that I know of. I mean, some people have sounded like I can't really make out what they're saying, so they can, but we do get an abundance of this one day. It was cell phones every 5 minutes with a different cell phone number, which was very strange. And I'm like, we should do something about this. Should we, call the Comcast or something? And he's like, no, don't worry about it. And the next day, nothing happened. It was just like.
How long ago was that?
I'd say about a month and a month ago.
So
last time before I left for New Jersey. Yeah.
Okay.
But ever since we got this line, there were people calling all the time. Just random cell phone numbers, like I think someone was asking for a nail salon, like I don't it was like a bad number to have. We wanted to change it right away.
You said it kind of annoyed you that you kept getting these calls, but your boyfriend just said, kind of don't worry about it, did he seem to take it in stride?
Well, he's like that. I mean, he's like, he's like, maybe we should call Comcast or something, but we never ended up doing that, or he's just like, you know, just don't answer, you know, pick it up and tell him stop calling, you know, or just stop answering. He just, you know, kind of blew it off, like, don't answer them anymore, because I'm getting mad. I'm wanting to pick up and yell at these people, and he's just like, you know, just don't get worried about it. I mean, it bothers him a lot too. Ever since the beginning, he's like, this is the most awful telephone number we've gotten. Like, you know, not just solicitor, it's people calling. Like crazy people.
You can start to hear the nervousness in Macy's voice. She's still very much in the dark, but you can make out her subconscious beginning to inform her conscious mind, and the anxiety builds. She's starting to worry. What the hell is this all about?
In the last few weeks since while you were away, you know, has Phil told you he's run into any kind of problems with anything, either legal or any otherwise? Has he seemed the same in the past couple of days since you've been with him?
Yeah.
He's never mentioned any activity that he's had any problems with anybody legally or with police or anything like that?
Can I ask what happened? What this was all about, or?
Well, we'd like to get a little more background first.
In another interrogation room down the hall, her fiancé is also being questioned. His responses, though, are markedly different.
All right, for the record, today's date is April 20th, year 2009. The time is 2:45 p.m. Speaking Detective Dennis Harris of the Homicide Unit and also present Detective Robert Kenny. The young man being interviewed here this afternoon is Mr. Philip. Would you pronounce and spell your last name, please?
Markov, M-A-R-K-O-F.
Okay, and with that also, Philip, I'm going to produce you agreed to go on tape from the outset. So therefore, there's no need to fill out that form. Now I'm going to produce a Boston Police Department Miranda warning sheet. I advise you your rights. Would you spell your first name, please?
Philip is read as Miranda rights. You know, you have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney.
You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before he asks you any questions and to have him or her with you during questions. You understand that? Yep. Raise your initials there, please. If you cannot afford a lawyer and you want one, a lawyer will be provided for you by the Commonwealth without cost to you. Do you understand that?
This part will be a lot more interesting later, when we show you exactly how much trickery is involved in a police interrogation, and why you should never, ever talk to cops, especially if you're Philip Markov.
If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand that, sir?
Yeah.
There's a blank space. I've read and understand the above rights is explained to you by me. I'm my name, Detective Harris. And I'm willing to make a statement at this time without a lawyer being present. Would you like to speak to us now relative to some questions we have to ask you?
Well, it depends what they're about.
Well, it's up to yourself, and it's a decision you have to make.
Well, what's this about?
Well, it's about a series of incidents that have gone on, and we just have some questions. As you're well aware of, there's been some reports of some robberies and a homicide, and we've been following a ton of leads as a result of that stuff. And you're a person of interest at this point, so we'd like to speak to you relative to that.
Okay, maybe. Can you get me a lawyer?
Can I get you a lawyer?
Yeah.
You have a right to get a lawyer yourself.
Well, I don't know where to get a lawyer from.
Yeah, is that your decision that you'd rather have a lawyer than to speak with me?
I mean, yeah, I don't really know what this is about, but I probably should. I'm going to say something.
Perpetrators often want to know what police know about their involvement or lack thereof. So they'll go along with an interrogation in the hopes of finding out as much as they can. And by doing so, foolishly reveal a lot of information that they should keep to themselves. Smart detectives will, in turn, spoon-feed little bits of information to keep the interviewee interested, while making them dig a deeper and deeper hole for themselves.
It's up to yourself. Is that your request that you want a lawyer?
Sure, I mean, can you get me one?
Well, would you, just so we understand, we're perfectly understand what's going on, would you like to have an attorney here today and then continue some questioning? Or would you like to not to speak at all and get an attorney? Because, I mean, you can make a phone call, you can try to have an attorney here, and you can go through the proceedings with an attorney present, if that's your wish.
Yes, I feel more comfortable with an attorney present, if you could provide me with somebody.
One of your next rights is you have a right to make a phone call. We'll let you make a phone call. If you want to try to find an attorney and have an attorney respond to you.
No, you can just have someone who does this.
We have an attorney that does this?
Or, who's.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say?
I do know what you're trying to say. You want to consult with an attorney before we move forward, is that correct?
Sure.
Here's the bit of trickery I was talking about. What police are not saying is that at this point in time, Philip Markoff is not under arrest. He's speaking voluntarily and willingly to police, giving them information, foolishly thinking he can talk his way out of this. A proper defense attorney would end this interview immediately and force police to either arrest Philip on whatever evidence they currently have or let him go home. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts or any other U.S. state doesn't have to provide a defense attorney to someone who has not been placed under arrest.
Just so that it's clear, you're asking us to try to provide you an attorney. You don't have.
Yeah, I don't know where to get the lawyer.
And you absolutely don't want to talk to us unless you have an attorney to talk to us. Because the thing of it is, I want to be very frank with you. I'm sure you have some idea of what we're looking at here, right? You have some idea what we're talking about?
Not really.
Well, you live in the area and you've been watching the news?
I don't really watch the news.
Read the newspapers?
No.
Not at all?
No, people my age don't really watch.
Because you don't watch the news, all right. Well, the detective talked about it briefly, that there's a number of incidents that have happened in the area. Your physical description, and that you're a white male with light colored hair, that has triggered our interest in you to some extent, but as you can imagine, there's about probably 80,000 other people that are about your height, about your facial features, about your hair color.
Yeah.
You're a person of interest because of these things and some other things. We would like to talk about that, but we're not going to talk to you if you insist on having an attorney.
Well, what are the other things?
There it is.
Well, until we get through this format, we can't talk to you about anything.
Okay, well.
But we have to make sure that your rights, I mean, we're going to be zealous in making sure that your rights are preserved.
All right.
That is our obligation to the law and our obligation to you.
So I would like, can you provide me with an attorney?
We're not going to provide you with an attorney. We'll allow you to make a phone call and you can inquire, okay?
It says you'll provide me with one.
Well, that's the process, sir, as that says there. Like, if in fact you ended up in the court,
if you were indigent,
and if the courts found you indigent, then they would provide you with an attorney. That's in a different proceeding.
Police explain without explaining. You see, if you're sitting in an interrogation room, your best interests are not what they're concerned with. Their duty is to catch their suspect and put them behind bars. And that's you, Philip.
This right now, you're, like, number one, you're not under arrest, correct?
But you said I can have a lawyer for that.
Well, the form is you have a right to an attorney, okay? We don't actually give people attorneys. You can hire an attorney to move forward. Or at some point, if you were arrested.
I don't think I can afford an attorney.
Well, I mean, then phone calls could be made to a company, the public defender's office, and maybe they can make one available to you. However, you're not the deciding factor of whether or not you could afford an attorney. The courts are. But the bottom line, as far as this interview goes, Philip, so we're clear, is you have a right to have an attorney with you while you're being questioned, if you so choose, okay?
Okay.
Or you can shut down, you don't want to speak to us because you want to take advantage of one of your rights, and you can get an attorney, and you can postpone this till another time. The way that works, if we're going to provide you with an attorney, we being the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, that means that there's a process in place. If you were arrested, brought before a court, and tell the court that, hey, look, I can't afford an attorney, and I want one. And if at that point they'll either deem you indigent, which you absolutely, because of the information you provide them, cannot afford one, and they'll provide you with a police attorney. However, if they find that you have the means, either with family or other areas to afford an attorney, then they'll tell you to get an attorney before the next court date, to hire an attorney. So, but right now, we can see what's going on. If you want an attorney, that means we shut down. Okay?
But I can stop at any time, right?
That's another one of your rights. If you understand that, as we read, you can proceed, you can talk to us, It's your right. You have to waive it. So you have to tell me that, hey, look, I understand my rights fully, and I'm willing to talk to you, and I can stop at any time also. That's when you.
So do you want me to fill this out?
Yeah, fill it out. And is that your understanding that you're willing to talk to me? You want to waive that?
Well, you said I can stop at any time.
You can stop at any time.
Well, I just want to hear what's going on from you. So we can start.
The arrogant bravado of Philip comes across clearly in this interview. He sounds less like a murder suspect and more like someone that's arguing with Comcast about their cable bill.
Okay, just so we're clear though, going on the record, you asked for an attorney, Detective Kenny, just in terms of.
Well, from what you were saying, unexplained to me, I thought like you were driving one.
Oh, yeah, we just don't give people attorneys.
Well, that's what I thought, like, okay, what happened, so.
Okay, so the fact that you were quiet about your interpretation of that right, was that I had an attorney waiting outside and I let you speak to an attorney, or something along those lines?
Well, that's what I thought, that was my understanding.
Okay. Your thoughts now is that you understand what I've explained.
I understand, I want an attorney now, I have to go in myself.
Right. Well, yes, or make a phone call and you know, have one made available to you. We're not gonna give you one.
I wouldn't really ever call me.
But I mean, that's what phone calls and that's what there is advice out there for you to follow up on that.
Detectives have to be very careful here, because although they're not required to explain to the suspect what's in his best interest, they can't be perceived as depriving Philip of his Fifth Amendment constitutional rights.
So before we move forward, Philip, you're clear of the fact that you, as you said, you're willing to speak and you know that right where you can shut down at any particular.
Yeah, I know I can shut down at any time.
Okay, so you're aware of that. You're aware of the way it works.
I just want to hear what's going on, so you
Okay,
can
but
start.
rather than for you to just find out what this is all about, you're clear about your rights.
I know my rights.
You know your rights. Have you ever been advised of your rights in the past?
No.
No, this is the first time?
I believe so, yeah.
You've never had any interaction with the police before?
I used to be on a youth court, so I used to read rights.
Oh, you used to read rights?
One, when I was like 15.
Oh, yeah? Read rights to other people or just?
Yeah, I was a youth court.
What does that mean?
It's an alternative for family court for, you know.
Oh, youth court, I'm
Youth
sorry,
court.
I didn't pick that up, I guess it's youth court.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, youth court, so you're familiar with the rights then, right?
Yeah, I think we figured it out.
As I alluded to early on about that, there's been a lot of stuff going on, and as a result of that stuff, there's been hundreds of tips coming in here. And if you haven't read the paper, you really don't have a clue as to what we're talking about.
No, I really don't read the paper or watch the news.
So in the last week or two, you haven't heard anything about some stuff that's been going on in and around Boston regarding Craigslist?
No, I really don't watch the news.
Here's a pro tip. If you're a serial killer, perhaps you should watch the news, even if you're a millennial and that's just not your thing.
Okay, well, just let me give you a brief synopsis of what we're doing now.
Okay.
There's been a series of incidents, robberies of young girls in and around the Boston area. And as a result with that, the Boston Police Department and other agencies have asked the public for some help. They actually printed some surveillance photographs of people that they thought might be involved in this case. And as a result of that, asking the press for some help, it generated an awful lot of phone calls. People are saying, geez, I think the guy who lives next door to me might be a person of interest. Somebody else is calling, you know, I work in such and such a place, and you know, this dude who comes in here every day, you know what it is, you know what I'm saying? So we are following up each and every lead that comes across the phones. I can tell you as I sit here, in my limited capacity, there's a photograph in one of the surveillance photographs, or a couple of the surveillance photographs, there's a strong likeness and image to your cell phone.
Okay.
One of the reasons why you are here.
I mean, maybe you don't subscribe to the Boston Herald, but you do have a Facebook feed or a Twitter feed or something where you check online, and people repost news items all the time, especially if there's a killer on the loose locally. This is exactly why you don't talk, because sooner or later you're going to tell a dumb lie, and it's going to spiral into a series of dumb lies.
I can't believe you told us, and again, if you, what do you do? What do you focus on in school? What's your career, major?
I'm a medical student, so I go to hematology and oncology.
So you fall deep in the books as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you, no understanding, nothing about seeing any press, anything in the news, anything?
I don't really,
sensational?
I think like young people like me, we don't often watch, like, I don't watch local news, not too often.
And how old are you?
23.
I guess I can relate to that. Kids myself, that age. me tell you that there have been some incidents that do match the description.
It takes a certain audacity to carry out a serious series of crimes and completely disregard the fact that our society is filled with video camera surveillance. The audacity, arrogance, and privilege that a medical student might exhibit, for example. Either that or an incredible amount of stupidity.
Tell me this, have you ever been to some of the hotels downtown Boston in the past week or so?
Not in the past week.
Okay, before the past week, maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you tell me.
Well, my dad and his wife were in Boston, maybe in February, and they stayed at a hotel.
Okay, and what hotel was that?
I don't remember, it's one of the ones near Prudential Center.
Is that the last time, Philip, that you were at a hotel?
I believe.
Could you have been there like recently and just don't recall it?
I could have like walked to the lobby.
Do you have a memory of doing that recently?
I don't have a memory of it. I'll tell you that.
If you think for a second, is there a possibility that maybe you did do something like that?
Walk to the lobby?
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't remember.
What would cause you as a medical student to be able to walk to a lobby?
Well, the Prudential Center isn't connected to all the hotels. So you have to go from like walk through the Prudential Center?
Yeah.
Don't you often walk through hotel lobbies?
Yeah, what hotel is connected to the Prudential Center? And I don't
really know that well.
Well, do you have, what brings you to the Prudential Center? You know,
I've been there a handful of times.
Yeah, is it just like coffee or shopping or what brings you shopping?
All those reasons.
Yeah, all those. But no one hotel jumps out at you as well?
Not really.
You do have a specific memory of being in one in that area when your mom and dad were in town?
Yeah, they were in one.
And now the trap is set, and it's just a matter of letting the beast ensnare itself.
How does it feel to be wrapped up in this stuff? I mean, is this your first time being involved in this? And I know you said you worked at the youth court. What do you think about being dragged in here?
I don't know, I was trying to figure out what's going on.
And as you know, I mean, if you have some familiarization with the courts, especially in something it's an investigation. You know, the unit you're in now, did you see the sign when you walked in the shop?
No.
It says the homicide unit, and I introduced myself as a homicide detective. So that tells you
Okay.
at least something that we're talking some serious stuff here, okay? And following tips. And ever since going back to the OJ case, the sensationalism of the OJ case, which causes the public to respond in following leads. We're kind of like, we're at, a point where people call stuff in and we follow up on it, regardless of what it is. Because in the courts, people will say, well, 45 phone calls came in. You followed up one or two of them. Why did you do them all? And I can tell you is that there's a strong likeliness to one of the photographs in the surveillance photos, such as yourself. So I was just maybe hoping that you had some explanation. Say, if I gave you a date a couple of weeks ago, if you were to tell me there's a reason why you were there, and the person in the photograph was deemed to be you, then maybe you have a logical explanation for being in that area. You don't seem to call to mind.
Well, I went out to eat at Cheesecake Factory last couple weeks ago.
Which is right there. Do you remember the day that might have been?
I don't remember the day.
And I understand, because sometimes I don't even know that, what day of the week it is, what day it is now. But as far as the, going out to a restaurant, people might say, well, I'd like you there on Wednesday nights because they have a special. Do you happen to remember?
No, I don't go out to eat much. I went out with Megan and a couple friends. And we go shopping there sometimes at the Prudential Center.
When you say it was that a couple of weeks ago?
I don't remember when it was.
You don't remember the day or anything like, I can imagine a BU.
It might have been 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
BU medical student, if you just, maybe a Monday night is the night that you hit the books hard, and Tuesday night, maybe you do the books in the gym, maybe a Wednesday you're a little bit more available to get something. It doesn't ring a bell.
I don't remember when it was.
But you remember Megan and a couple of friends at the Cheesecake Factory?
Yeah.
So no specific memory, huh?
I don't really remember.
There's a couple of different locations in the last few weeks, a couple of different hotels with this image and likeliness. Tall, white guy, good-looking kid, same color hair, same frame, same structure as yourself in some of these photographs. And, just as far as justifying why you're there, forward, you can't bring to life any specific. Like, are you familiar with, they say, the Westin Hotel?
Which one, the West End?
Weston, yeah, the West End.
I think I've heard of it. I think my brother stayed there.
You know when he may have stayed there?
Oh, it was a while ago, maybe a year ago.
Was there any reason or anything at all to cause you to have been there in the last couple of weeks?
I mean, maybe if I was walking through it.
There are things you can control. You can try to act stupid, pretend like you don't know anything about this or that. You can do it again and again. But there are a few things you can't control. You can't control the evidence the police have already collected against you. You can't control what they already know. And you can't control the fact that just down the hallway, your fiance is identifying you on a surveillance camera picture, placing you at the murder scene, a place you have no business being in, and you haven't explained why you were there.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask you to look at the picture, see if you recognize the individual in the picture.
Where is that?
I'm not asking where it is, I'm asking if you recognize the individual in the picture.
That looks like Bill.
That looks like Phil.
Yes.
That does it for another episode of Sword and Scale. We'll be back with part 2 on episode 80, and Patreon supporters will get it way earlier than that. You can join too and support your favorite podcast at patreon.com/swordandscale. Just $5 a month gets you access to Sword and Scale Plus, a brand new show with lots of great new stories that aren't available anywhere else. And of course, just a $2 donation will get you early access to all future Sword and Scale episodes. So join the fun now. You can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Sword and Scale is part of the Wondery Network. Find out more at Wondery.com. Oh, and one more thing. Our season finale episode will take place on December 11th, and it will be a live event with special guests Justin Evans from the Generation Y and Marissa Jones from The Vanished, right here in the studio. We're also planning a meetup the day before in sunny Miami, Florida. So stay tuned for details to that.
Hi, my name is Kelly.
This is Chris from Maryland.
It's Stephanie. I'm calling from Washington. This is Simone. I'm from South Africa. This is Nick from New York City. My name is Samantha out in Los Angeles.
This is RJ from Plattsburgh, New York.
My name is Liz. I live in Pennsylvania.
I am completely addicted to your podcast.
I'm a huge fan of the show.
I love Sword and Scale.
I believe in everything you guys do.
I love your podcast.
Just let you guys know that I love the show.
We listen to Sword and Scale every day, and I mainly and my dog do.
Your podcast is by far and away the best true crime podcast I've ever heard.
I've been listening to Sword and Scale, I think, the past month, just nonstop. I'm marathoning every episode, man. It's just phenomenal work.
I mean, I binge listen to it all the time.
Any minute I'm not working or taking care of my 2.5-year-old daughter, I am listening to this.
The only podcast I subscribe to.
I absolutely love your show.
I kind of hesitated to like it because I didn't want people to think that I was a freak or whatever. This show is off the hook.
I don't know how you do it. The 911 calls, trial testimony, the interrogation. It's really amazing work and effort you put into this.
What I do is I listen to the entire season all the way through, and then I'll go back and do it again. I've already done it 3 times, and I'm not going to stop. I discovered this podcast pretty much around when it started, and I have now listened to it all the way through. Kind of embarrassed to say this, but not really, but like 5 times. If you really do the math, it's actually kind of sad, but like also pretty cool. I've gotten all of my friends to listen to it. I've gotten all of their friends to listen to it. Yeah, love it. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for doing this. Please keep it up. I really love it. Thanks so much for everything. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Truly, truly a wonderful podcast.
I might never listen to anything else again. So maybe 2 weeks is okay for now. So thank you so much. And yeah, stay safe.
Thank you, all of you. And happy 3rd birthday, Sword and Scale. May you have many more to come.
Listener discretion is advised.
I just wish you could get me a lawyer because I feel like I'm just sitting here. And,
You're frustrated because you don't want to keep answering the same questions over and over again.
well, and I could, what he's saying giant paragraphs, and he says yes or no, but who knows what yes or no means.
Welcome to Sword and Scale, episode 80, and part 2 of a 2-part story, in a show that reveals that the worst monsters. Welcome to Sword and Scale, episode 80, and part 2 of a 2-part story, in a show that reveals that the worst monsters are real. If you happen to be new to Sword and Scale, you're not going to want to start on this episode. This is part 2 of a 2-part story. So go back to 79 instead and give that a go. If you've already heard 79, well, strap in, because here we go. No more waiting, no more biting your fingernails. We're jumping right in, right now. How do you know someone? How do you really know someone? People tend to hide in plain sight. They show their best attributes to the world around them, hiding their deepest, darkest desires, locking them into secrets that rarely see the light of day. And everyone, I mean everyone, has secrets. Some are kept for the sake of protecting against embarrassment or shame. Others have much more at stake. When you look around at the faces of your coworkers, circle of friends, family, even your husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, fiance, how much do you really know them? What secrets are they hiding? When we last left this story, Megan McAllister had identified her fiancé as the man in the picture, walking through a hotel lobby where a crime has occurred.
And I asked you to look at another picture. Who is that?
I cannot tell.
Does it look like anyone you recognize?
It could look like a lot of people I recognize. That may be Phil, may not. I mean, that looks heavier than Phil.
Okay. And just looking at some.
Those aren't his shoes either.
Okay, how about the jacket? Phil on the leather jacket?
Yeah.
What's that? Fun?
Yeah.
Okay, have you seen Phil's that leather jacket on recently?
He wears it.
Okay. And, when you look at that picture there, the first one, you said it looks like Phil, is that correct?
It's called cognitive dissonance. It's defined as the mental stress or discomfort experienced by an individual who holds two or more contradictory beliefs, ideas, or values at the same time. In this case, Megan is intelligent enough to understand that there's a very serious reason why she's here. She's looking at the photographs and sees her fiance, but is looking for an out. Any detail she can pick out to let herself believe that the cops have it wrong. This can't possibly be Philip.
And the last photo that I asked you to look at is camera 264-41409, and it looks like it says 10:06:45 p.m., correct? And you stated that that looks like Phil.
Mine was the 14th, what I was at. Was that last week?
That was last week on Tuesday.
Tuesday night.
You can hear Megan trying to figure out timelines in her head. Did she talk to Philip last Tuesday night? Why would he not have mentioned he was going out?
So you believe that person in photo number 1 looks just like Phil, is that correct? You can take it on the sheet, but don't fix it, the color bother you.
It looks similar,
Okay.
but he does not have those shoes,
Okay.
and that guy looks heavier.
But he
And
doesn't have that jacket.
He has a similar leather jacket. He does have a leather jacket,
Okay.
but those aren't his shoes.
Okay. And can you tell what kind of shoes those are? In the photo?
They just look like big black, I don't know, they don't look like shoes he has. I know, all the shoes. He wears New Balance sneakers, 99 or something.
Does he own a pair of shoes like that he just doesn't wear?
Not that I know.
Not that you know of?
Was there any reason or anything at all to cause you to have been there in the last couple of weeks?
I mean, maybe if I was walking through it.
Well, can you call something to mind, Philip? What would have brought you in there to walk through it?
I'm not sure.
You can place the Westin, can you picture the Westin now? Can you picture where it is?
It's been like this next to the Prudential Center, isn't it?
Yes, well, if you look at the Prudential Center, the Cheesecake, if you walk down Huntington Ave on the outside, the left, the Cheesecake is on the left-hand side, and then moving forward, straight inbound, the Westin would be up on your right-hand side. Can you picture it?
I guess. It sounds familiar. I think it connects to the Prudential Center.
Yeah, well,
Because I think when my brother was staying there, I walked back and forth. I think it's a connection.
Over the footbridge?
I guess. I don't really remember.
Yeah, but you have no clear memory of being there the last couple of weeks.
I don't remember. No clear memory.
Now, there's another hotel down, moving closer to the Cheesecake Factory, the Marriott.
Okay.
Can you picture that at all?
Yeah, I've eaten at the bar there.
The bar, what's the name of that place?
It's a sports bar. I watched a Red Sox playoff game with Young and Pizza.
Playoff game, so last year, was that the last time you were there?
At the bar?
Yeah.
I think so, I'm not sure.
Could you have been there in the last week or so?
It's possible, I don't know. I don't think, I wasn't at Champions. I think it was Champions.
Champions and in the sports stuff?
Yeah,
I mean, you were pretty
I
shocked.
went there with a couple of times.
We were pretty shocked, unless it's true the way it is on TV with medical students and stuff, just flat out. I mean, it's only been a week or two. You don't have a memory of being there the last week or so.
And no, I haven't really done anything last week.
Okay, so moving away from today, the 19th, 18th, 17th, 16th, 15th, 14th.
That doesn't really help me.
It doesn't help you?
No, I'm not.
It's just trying to jog your memory at all. Tell me this, were you at a bar yesterday at a hotel? The 19th?
At a hotel?
Yeah.
No.
You were at a bar, but not a hotel.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
I don't think I did anything yesterday. Megan came home. So.
And again, I'm just trying to help you.
I was with Megan.
And just looking for an understanding as to the way these tips are coming in. If people think that it's you or it could be you because of your likeness to these photographs.
Okay.
Just trying to help jog your memory, so to speak. All right, move away from the 18th. Go the day before that, the 17th.
I don't really remember what I was doing.
16th? Any
I don't remember
hotels, bars?
Where? Like,
Anywhere. I mean, I'm just trying to help you.
I don't know.
Doesn't help.
No, I don't think I.
15th, 14th, a couple of weeks, nothing? No, and again, I can understand that for the most part, we have such hectic lifestyles. I can only imagine what yours is like as a medical student with remembering one day to the next. But, I mean, somebody who doesn't frequent hotels, only when parents or families in and around town, I would think that maybe you'd remember that. You'd have reasons to remember it. You know, because I tell you something, the photographs are pretty pretty, clear, as to why people would call suggesting, to take a look at you. But you don't have any memory of being there in any of these places these last couple of years. Is that true, or are you saying it could be possible?
I don't really remember, to be honest. I mean, I might have been there when I was at the Cheesecake Factory or something. I don't remember.
But you wouldn't have gone over there and got a room afterwards, right? You're a college student, and it sounds like your money is lacking, so you wouldn't have gone over to get a room with me, correct?
When? What night?
Any night.
Well, we're going to get a room at Foxwoods tonight.
Oh, you were going to Foxwoods?
Yeah, I booked a room tonight, yeah.
Okay, you booked a room down there?
Yeah.
At what hotel, do you remember?
Foxwoods, that's all. MGM.
That's the name of it?
It's the MGM Grand.
Other than that, when was the last time you had a room that you booked a room?
That I booked a room?
Yeah.
I don't know, it probably would have been at Foxwoods.
Would have been at Foxwoods recently?
Could be.
Yeah. When?
I don't remember. I go to Foxwoods.
Do you go down there a lot? To be able to what?
I don't know, but I don't know where the lot is.
Yeah.
I go down there once in a while. I wouldn't say a lot.
Once a week, once maybe a couple of days, once a month.
It varies.
Yeah. Do you oftentimes stay there, or you get, what do they call it?
I stay there sometimes.
Yeah. What do they call it? Rooms or something?
Well, I really don't get comp rooms. I'll get like a discount room. So a lot of times if I go down there, I'll like inquire about a room to see if they have any left.
Philip doesn't want to commit to saying that he wasn't there, now that he's confronted with the possibility that his image has been captured on security cameras. But his poor memory is clearly suspect.
What goes through your mind as I'm asking all these questions? I know you're a pretty quick kid. What goes through your mind? I know you said that you understand what's happening, you're trying to figure out what's going on. What's going through your mind? Do you have an understanding of what this is all about?
Yeah, I understand what you're talking.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I think I can understand.
Now we're following up on stuff. And in this homicide business and in these serious investigations, robbery, 99% of the time, investigators will spend trying to prove who did not commit the crime as opposed to who did do the crime. You following?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we spend an awful lot of our work. We have to cross our T's and dot our I's. And especially in cases like this where you reach out to the public and ask for help, it makes things a lot more tedious for us. And as you sit there, it's somebody who's a person of interest because of the images and the likenesses on the surveillance footages. It kind of makes our job that much more difficult now. And we appreciate your cooperation. But it's serious business. It's serious business. And I can tell you this, and as I've said homicide a couple of times, clearly you must think that it involves a murder. I've also mentioned the word robbery, and it involves a murder. And sometimes, Philip, when things happen, it's a pretty ugly situation. You don't mean them to happen. They may happen accidentally. But as kids, when we do something stupid or we start to get out of the road, we should get some advice that, the time if some shit happens and it's ugly, it only makes things worse if you don't. So if you're afforded an opportunity to just be truthful and explain, attempt to explain your side of the story, so it just makes things a lot easier, moving forward. Especially when you have complicated situations, where there's lies attached to it, it just kind of makes things really, that much more complicated. It's difficult. It's difficult to rationalize, why things happen. And again, that's why it's kind of like for me to try to ask you to remember if you're in a hotel. Myself now in a limited capacity and so much money. If I was in a hotel, that'd be something that, yeah, sure, I remember that. I was down at the Marriott just 3 nights ago. I was with a hot-looking girl. We had a couple of drinks and I was trying to get a room or something. I mean, those are memories that we always have. But to you, I mean, if you're going to Foxwoods all the time, maybe that's the explanation for why you can't call it to mind for not being there. But then again, if you're willing to work with me and try to figure out if you were there, that might explain why we're sitting here today. But if you sit there and you just have no absolute positively no memory of being there, it just doesn't help things,
Well, I said I have no specific memory.
But that's what I mean.
I walk through there often. I don't know specifically that one.
So is there a possibility that you walked through there in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, I said that.
But, and I know you said that, but there should be a little bit more to it, though. What would cause you to walk through, say, the lobby of the Marriott? Just to see what's happening there, to see what's going on in the bar, or?
Didn't they already answer that?
No, not really, just a casual stroll through there.
Aren't they all, don't you have to walk through like all the hotel lobbies to get to places?
No, not
Don't they all cut through? That's what my understanding is.
Not necessarily, I mean, the mall, and again,
Well, I'm not really sure that, I don't know the mall.
I mean, no specific intention or direction or destination when you're in any of those places? Just a casual stroll through those lobbies? Might explain why you were captured on the surveillance?
It could, I guess. I don't really know.
While Philip tries to be aloof, Megan is just down the hall, trying to put together times, places, and conversations she's had with her fiancé, looking for deception, seemingly having a sense that she's been made a fool of.
Can I ask you where that was, though?
Yeah, we'll get to that. Can I just ask you to look at one other photo? This is a photo outside, it's camera 222 outside of the T station. Is that individual look familiar to you?
Looks a little bit like him. Not exactly, no. Yeah, he looks heavier.
Okay.
Listen to her response to this very simple question.
And is it, if the photo was more clear, like if you, this is obviously a photo that's taken off some type of a digital image.
Mm-hmm.
If the photo was clearer, do you think that might help you?
No.
It wouldn't help you.
No. I mean, that looks heavier than Phil, so I don't know.
She's disassociating from reality, but also giving off visual cues.
You looked at the photo, I noticed you kind of made a little face behind it.
Yeah, well, the hair looks different, so I don't know. Where was that again, did you say? At a T station?
Well, the last one was at a T station.
No, the last one was not.
No, the last one was inside the lobby of a hotel.
Oh, okay. The Marriott?
Yes.
Which Marriott was that?
Marriott Boston,
Oh, okay.
Coffee Square. Have you seen any of these photos? Have you been watching the news the last couple of days at all?
No.
Have you read any of the Boston newspapers?
No, because I've been in New Jersey, so
Okay, but you've been back.
Oh, the guy, my mom actually told me there's a guy, going around in the hotels.
Right.
Right.
There was a guy, and his images have been plastered all over the news in the New England area. The same images that were being shown to Megan, the ones that looked like her boyfriend Philip.
In the search for the so-called Craigslist killer, there is new evidence linking the assaults to plastic handcuffs. That's right, good morning, Jeff. Those handcuffs are believed to be the link between 3 different attacks. And after receiving more than 150 tips over the weekend, this morning police appear to be closing in on the man known as the Craigslist killer.
Did anyone really know this guy?
Well, I don't think so.
This is Paul LaRosa, an Emmy Award-winning producer for 48 Hours Mystery on CBS and co-author of the book 7 Days of Rage, The Deadly Crime Spree of the Craigslist Killer.
I mean, I don't think anyone really did know him. I think, he had he did lead a secret life. He'd been going on alternative lifestyle websites, posting pictures of his naked torso, advertising for threesomes, homosexual affairs, and all the while he was slated to be married. And I think his fiancée had no idea who he really was and probably needed his family.
You talk about a website in your book called alt.com. What is that?
Alt.com is actually well known to some people. It claims to have millions of people who pay to get on the site. I don't know if that's true, but I had to join the site as part of the story, so I can tell you that there are thousands and thousands of profiles on the site. of people who, mostly it's a bondage website, but they call it alternative lifestyles. So threesomes, homosexual affairs, which I don't mean to apply homosexuals is out of norm. But it's sort of no holds barred on this website. I mean, whatever your sexual fantasy is, you probably can find it on this website. I mean, there's photographs of people, in full bondage, and it's easy to contact them through the website. And the idea is you exchange messages. It's sort of a XXX rated Tinder, if you will. And eventually you meet up with these people and you do what consenting adults will do.
And Markoff was part of this thing.
He was. I mean, he was. He definitely had a profile on it, and and he advertised for things that would please him, and some of them were out of the norm. And all the while, he was going to medical school, and he was slated to be married, and I guess it's nothing illegal. It's just that nobody knew that he was involved in this. So there's nothing illegal about it. I mean, these are consenting adults, and you can sort of do whatever you want.
Was there any evidence at all that he had participated in any sort of homosexual activity prior to this story breaking?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There were things on websites that claim, people had seen him in bathrooms around colleges and things like that. I don't know if that's true. I mean, these things are almost impossible to track down. People have come forward, on websites saying that they had sex with him, men, but again, it's not illegal, and it's just not the image he portrayed to his friends and family. That's all.
Had there just been some deviant sexual behavior online or even offline, this may have made for an interesting story of human nature. But the cops weren't investigating someone's sexual preferences. They were after a killer. Tell me a little bit about Trisha.
Well, she was raised a good Mormon girl from Utah, and she became an escort in Vegas. That kind of says it all in a weird way, huh? But I like Trisha. She's a good person, and if she hadn't come forward, certainly a lot of evidence against Markoff would not be out there. She sort of sounded the alarm bells.
It was Trisha's first trip to Boston. Her flight from Vegas landed at 6 p.m. on April 9th. She got a cab to the Westin, Copley Place, and set up shop. Trisha wasn't there as a tourist, though. She was there to work.
She's an escort. I mean, that is illegal in most states. So she would, but what would they do when the heat would get on in Vegas? The heat would, even in Vegas, there was some heat on escorts. So when that happened, she would take a road trip, and that's what these girls do. And she would go to New York, she would go to Boston, and set up shop in a hotel. It's easy to do. It was easy to do then. It's easy to do now. You don't need John to get clients for you. You just go on Backpages or in those days Craigslist. Just advertise your services and set up to meet somebody in a hotel room. It starts off like, how about a massage, and it goes from there. And that's how she met Markoff.
And she meets him at the Westin. What happens when they meet?
Well, he seemed like, he does look like a normal guy. I mean, like he was a relatively handsome guy, and he's clean cut, tall, blonde. He looks like sort of an all-American med school student, which he kind of was. So her guard was down. I mean, she met him in the lobby, rode up to the elevator with him, walked down the hallway to her room. They get in, and before you know it, he pulls a gun on her, and he ties her up. He does tie her up, and he puts duct tape on her mouth, and he ties her with his plastic handcuffs that he has behind her, and he robs her.
Trisha had a routine. She would give her clients the floor number she was on in the hotel, but not the suite number. Instead, she would meet them at the elevator and size them up. If she didn't feel comfortable, she'd just walk away. In this case, though, With this young, tall, handsome man, Trisha felt at ease. But as soon as she walked into her hotel suite and closed the door, he was standing there, pointing a gun at her.
He just said, if you do everything you're asked, no harm's gonna come to you. I shut the door, I turned around and I locked it, and that's when he pulled out the gun.
Remaining as polite as ever, the man ordered Trisha to lie down on the floor. She tried to remain calm, but she was shaking. As polite as can be, the man asked her where her purse was. She had $800 in cash, which he immediately put in his pocket. Then he took her credit cards. Trisha had a habit of carrying gift cards. Some had money on them, some didn't. But she liked to carry them because if she was ever in a bind, she could call her friend and ask her to put some cash on the cards. Apart from the gift cards, she had one ATM card. He asked for her PIN. With her adrenaline surging, she couldn't think of a lie, and so she gave him her PIN number. The thief would later find out the joke was on him. She only had $20 in her bank account. While lying on the floor bound with a zip tie, her mind started going through what would happen next. Suddenly she was worried, not so much about getting killed, but about getting home. If this man took her ID, it would be a major hassle to get back to Vegas. Can you please leave my ID so I can get home? Trisha asked. He took out the ID, studied it for a minute, and threw it down with the rest of her stuff. Can you please leave me at least one credit card? I thought you said there wasn't any money on them. There's not, but I can have people put money on it so I can get home. Which one do you want? The one ending in 7649. The stranger cleverly took that one and put it in his pocket, then threw down a different one. He then grabbed her phone and erased his number, tied her to a bathroom door, and put tape over her mouth after removing his gloves. The stranger walked over to a pile of dirty clothes, pulled out a white and cream colored set of thong panties, and put them in his pocket.
I mean, he didn't try to have sex with her. He was really out to rob her money. And I guess he thought that these women who did this kind of thing were easy marks because they weren't going to go to the police. He made pretty much no attempt to disguise himself. I mean, he's on videotape in the lobby, and, that's partly how he got caught, too. So he flees, and she gets loose, and she calls hotel security. And that goes from there. That was the beginning of his downfall.
And she said that he appeared calm, like he'd done this before. Do you think that there were maybe other victims that never came forward?
It's possible. I mean, because, he probably is right. I mean, probably there was, this is legal activity, and, women had cash. They deal in it's a cash business for the most part. And I suspect he was right in thinking that some women wouldn't come forward. And unfortunately for him, Trisha did. She's sort of the unsung hero in this whole story because she got the cops involved. They immediately started looking for him, and that began his end. Who knows how much longer he would have gone on.
Bound and determined to get this investigation.
And of course, it's not just a series of robberies. The next incident is much more serious.
Right. He wound up killing Julissa Bridgman, who was from Manhattan. She was a masseuse escort type herself. And she did exactly what I just said. I mean, she set up shop. She's from Manhattan. She set up shop in a Boston hotel and met up with Markoff soon after he had robbed Trisha. And at that point, nothing had become public. By the time he encountered Julissa, it still was just the police were investigating, but nothing had gone public yet. And so when he unfortunately, Julissa's a kind of street smart Latina from New York, and she fought. She fought back when he tried to tie her up, when he tried to rob her, and he wound up shooting her fatally.
Right, you were working this evening, sir?
Yes.
And what is your function at the hotel?
I'm the security supervisor for the 311 shift.
Okay, sir. Could you go over, is it true that we spoke for approximately 10, 15 minutes about the events that occurred tonight?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like to just go over those again on the recorder. Could you please start at the beginning? What first drew your attention to this incident tonight?
I was in one of the hotel elevators coming down from another call when I got a call from the security dispatcher stating that he received multiple calls from the hotel operator that there was a woman possibly unconscious laying down in the hallway by her room.
And what did you do next?
I proceeded up to the room. I got off the elevator. As I turned the corner, heading towards the room, I noticed a female halfway coming out of her room laying on the floor with her head was faced away from me towards the other end of the hallway.
Okay, was she on her back or her stomach?
She was on her stomach.
What was your first actions when you observed her on the floor?
I went over to the side of her and knelt down to see if she would respond to me saying, "Miss, are you okay? Are you okay?"
You moving hands, did you say that? Were you shaking her slightly?
I shook her slightly, yes.
Okay.
I didn't get any response. Her hair was covering her face. As I moved her hair away, I noticed her face was covered in blood. And I also noticed on her right wrist, she had a plastic garbage bag tie. And I also noticed in the room, when I looked in, that the sliding glass doors inside the room were shattered, and there was glass on the floor. And I noticed some seepage of blood coming from her back shirt. I felt for a pulse on her neck and her wrist, and felt nothing. Actually, prior to that, I called my dispatcher to notify EMS and BPD that we had a serious situation. And then I, felt for a pulse and noticed all the glass and everything in the room.
Okay, when you say the sliders, are those the sliders that are immediately to the right as you enter the room?
Yes, they are.
And they're like a mirror slider?
Yes.
Okay, did you make any observations, Cindy, of the lighting that was in the room at the time when you arrived?
The only light that I saw visible was the bathroom light, which was right next to us. That was the only light on. The room was dark, except I think she may have had a laptop computer going on the desk because there was the bluish glow of a TV screen over there, and there was music playing as well.
Okay.
And then he fled again. He had made no attempt to disguise himself. He was on videotape in that hotel as well.
You would think that after a robbery gone wrong where you end up shooting someone, you would stop or at least, disappear for a little while. But he does not do that.
No, he went out again and tried a third time. And I guess in his mind, he drove to Rhode Island this time. And he tried to accost a woman in a Rhode Island hotel. And I guess he thought it was a different state and he was in the clear. But of course, Rhode Island is pretty close to Massachusetts, not that far away. He probably only drove an hour or two to get there. And, again, by this time, the heat was on. I mean, I think it was public at this point. And, everybody was shocked that he would even strike again. And I think that sent everybody into panic that this guy, even though it's public, is out there doing it yet again. He was on a crime spree. I mean, he almost couldn't stop himself from doing what he was doing. And I think part of it is that, he thought he was smarter than everybody else, that he was an arrogant person, that, he took some delight, no doubt, in, leading the secret life, that here he is engaged to Megan McAllister, a beautiful young woman. At the same time, he's holding people up, shooting them. He's a gangster, he's a gangster in his own mind. And I think he got off on that.
It's clear Philip Markoff got off on a lot of things. His third robbery attempt, though, was horribly botched.
The last encounter Markoff has was with a woman who said she would give him a lap dance. I mean, again, he found her online advertising lap dance services. I guess she was a stripper, and she was stripping in a place not too far from the hotel in Rhode Island. And she traveled around with her husband, and to make extra money, she'd give private lap dances. And I think that might have been all it was, honestly. And she went up to give him a lap dance. Her husband would wait in the lobby, and they had a signal that she would text him when all was well, and he didn't get the signal. And
so her husband starts calling the rooms. The gunman panics. Who's calling your phone? Why are they calling you?
He walked up to the room and tried the door, and all hell broke loose. And Markoff escaped narrowly, Again, he was spotted on videotape. So at this point, police had videotape from 3 different hotels. They had 3 eyewitnesses, and they had fingerprint evidence and probably DNA as well. So they had a lot of evidence, and they wound up being able to track him down through the IP addresses on the emails that he had sent to hire these women.
So what I'm asking you is we're following the lead, you know, from the IP address in your apartment, okay? They made a date with an individual at a hotel. And then the first photo I showed you is an individual at that hotel that showed up at that time that the date was made, and he told me that it looks like Phil. Correct? If I showed you that picture on a digital image that was somewhat more clear, would that help you?
Am I?
Okay.
This time Megan's answer is different, but there's a naivety to her as she's still trying to process what is happening.
If you wanted to look at that on a computer, I'll show you on a digital image. Okay.
I mean, so what does massage therapist have to do with the guy killing people, killing the women?
Well, there hasn't been women killed, okay? There's only one person killed.
And it was a massage therapist, you said? Or no?
No, we didn't say
I didn't say that.
Philip joined the site in May of 2007, and then all of these crimes occurred 2 years later in April within days of each other. Why then? Why all of a sudden 2 years later does he dive into violence like this?
That's a good question. I mean, my own theory is that the clue he was devolving. I mean, he was getting he had a countdown clock, or his fiancée had installed a countdown clock on their wedding website. You know, and every day it ticked by a little closer, and he was on a track to be married and graduate med school and become an upstanding citizen. And I think it was at odds with who he truly was, and I think that dichotomy was driving him a little nuts. He was not true to himself, and look, perhaps if he had been true to himself, this wouldn't have happened. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, but I think it had something to do with his mental state devolving, and he was in over his head with gambling. He was addicted to gambling, and he had to get money. He was addicted to various websites. He just wasn't who he seemed to be. I'm sure his fiancée was like beside herself, shocked by everything that happened.
He was absolutely convinced that no one would ever suspect that he had this double life, that he would actually answer ads for sex workers or erotic dancers.
I looked on Facebook. Apparently 4 of my friends are friends with him. I asked them about it, but they didn't even expect that he would be like that.
And just to think that, anybody who's walking by could be that kind of person that, supposed to that kind of activity and then goes beyond that.
And you've been with Phil for a couple of years now, and you're engaged?
Yes.
And you love him?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Would you try to protect him if he did something wrong? Would you lie for him?
I would not lie for him if he did something like this. No, I wouldn't.
Something like what?
Like what you're telling me? If he's out killing people?
I don't think we ever actually said that.
I don't know what happened to the masseuse. Can you tell me what happened to the masseuse?
In one of the instances, they've been robbed, and in another instance, they've been killed.
Okay. I would never, ever think he would ever do something like that, ever. That's being honest. Like, he doesn't get angry often. He's not an angry person. He's a medical student,
And sometimes things happen where, the intention is not to harm anybody.
Right.
It's for financial gain, and sometimes
Right.
other things happen where,
No, he complains about money all the time, that, we have no money. So he's not gonna rob somebody. That's not how he's gonna go about getting money. He'll go to the casino and try to win money. He's not gonna rob somebody.
Does he win what?
Sometimes.
Does he lose sometimes?
He does lose sometimes. If he loses, we go home if he keeps winning, then.
And the way casinos usually work is the odds are in their favor, they usually win more often than the player does, correct?
Right. He does, I mean, if he wins, he doesn't win that much,
But if you ever had if you would have to characterize how he plays, does he beat the casino most of the time? No, so.
No, he breaks even, he breaks even usually. I mean, he'll win more than most people, I think. But.
Gambling, they like to gamble, it sounds like, pinochle, poker into that.
Pinocchle's not gambling.
It's not,
Oh, I've never gambled. I didn't know you could gamble with pinochle.
so I guess you can gamble with anything if you want to.
Did Markov have a gambling problem? Is that why he needed the money?
Yeah, I mean, I think he did have a gambling problem, and it's part of the whole. I mean, look, the guy was a thrill seeker, right? He was a thrill seeker. I'm convinced he got off on, leading a double life, and part of it was his nature. I mean, he really preferred alternative lifestyles, and I think he got hooked into gambling. I mean, he just loved playing blackjack, and he had a gambling problem. I mean, he played in college too. So he just, I think the whole double life thing turned him on. And, he, by the way, a lot of murderers I encounter, because I am a producer at 48 Hours as well, so I do meet a lot of killers. They all have one trait in common, and that's arrogance. I mean, that's the one thing I tell all women to look out for. If they have a boyfriend who's particularly arrogant and controlling, thinks he's smarter than everybody else, that's a danger sign. That is a danger sign. Well, not every arrogant person is a killer, but many, many killers are arrogant.
The thing that's interesting that you just said is that you described Markov as a thrill seeker. And what I found interesting about the way that his friends and neighbors painted a picture of his personality was that he was really quite dull.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he was quite dull, and maybe that's part of the whole psychology of it. I mean, he hid his nature from almost everybody.
He's a really nice guy. He seemed normal, down to earth. I can't even remember what our conversations were at the time, but it seemed like every type of normal person. You get to know somebody right off the bat. We all met at the clubhouse before for a holiday function. So that every month or so they had functions in the clubhouse, and him and his girlfriend were there. I didn't realize he was a student or anything like that, but
Friendly guy.
yeah, as far as I knew, he lived here with his girlfriend, and I only saw him with a girl once, and then that was it. And then I saw him throughout the elevators, and we were supposed to hang out like all the time, and then it was like, I'm doing this. We kept crossing. So, but I didn't see him for like the last 3 weeks, so it was just kind of weird. But he was never really around.
Yeah.
So
Okay. And you were next door?
next door, right?
Okay. Did you see him a lot?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Nice homo guy though. What kind
Yeah, he looked like a clean cut guy.
Shocked?
Yeah, definitely shocked.
Had you seen the news reports all week?
I mean, I had read the articles, and I didn't really, you couldn't see well from the pictures or anything, so I didn't even know how to take it. I still don't know how to take it, to be honest with you. It's going to be like one of those things. Like tomorrow, I'm interested to see what my reaction is going to be, because normally we have a tendency to leave our doors open around here. It's a pretty tight-knit group, and everybody has dogs, and people take animals out for us. If there's a fire alarm, somebody comes and gets the dogs.
I mean, people were flabbergasted by that when they found out it was him. I mean, his poor parents and especially his mother. I mean, his brother, who had stood by him the whole time throughout all of this, and Megan McAllister, his fiance. I mean, they had no idea, just no idea. I mean, he seemed probably to them like a quiet, odd kind of guy who was very studious and a little awkward socially, but he was getting thrills where he could.
He may have been studious, but he was also a stupid criminal.
He was a dumb criminal. He was a dumb criminal. Yeah, I mean, smart medical student, and by the way, he was considered brilliant, but he was really a dumb criminal.
So I don't know, let's talk about Craigslist. When was the last time you were on Craigslist?
I do not remember.
Do not remember. Again, can we do that?
Was I on it 2 weeks ago, a month ago? I don't remember.
Could you have been? I mean, that's the next question.
I guess, yeah.
You know, a lot of times, Philip, and you're gonna bear with me, and it might sound stupid, but, you know, a lot of times we know the answers to the questions, but it's affording you an opportunity to, you know, be completely forthright with me, and just in the interest of helping to get this done.
Okay.
Helping to clear your name, or to, you know, as I said, we spend an awful lot of time trying to prove we did not commit the crime. So if you can work with me a little bit.
I'm trying to.
I know you are. So let me ask you that once, when do you think was the last time you may have?
I don't know.
You have no idea.
I don't know.
Does that indicate that it's been that long, that you just don't have a memory of it, or?
I'm not sure what that indicates.
Philip seemed to have almost no understanding of online anonymity.
That's how that's how the police finally got onto him. You know, every email has an IP address on it attached to it, and they tracked him down to his housing complex in Massachusetts.
This is John Simic, Vice President of Sensei Enterprises, a digital forensic security company. What is an IP address?
IP address is an internet protocol address. I guess people, when I explain it to folks, it's think of it as the address where the mailman delivers your mail, your physical mail. An internet protocol address or an IP address is on the internet. Every device has a unique address, and that's how the traffic knows where to go to and where to come from, or where to talk back and forth that conversation. In a typical home environment, that address is dynamic. It changes on occasion. In businesses, they tend to be static and fixed. So when you send an email address, it's always going to the particular, you know, Joe's Hardware or whatever, that particular destination and that server. But I think where a lot of folks, what helps them understand that is, you know, they're familiar with delivery of mail and envelopes and all that stuff. And it's that physical address as to where the mailman knows how to go and where to put that information. And that's the way an IP address works, you know, as well.
I mean, how do you know it's from our apartment? Could be just through Comcast, through, you know, any computer or.
Something that we fall back as best as we can, and you have a Comcast account, correct?
Right.
And that's in Philip's name?
Right.
And having a computer account is like having a phone number, there's a number assigned to you.
Right.
You know anything about computers?
Not really.
There's a thing called an internet protocol address, it's like your computer's phone number.
Yeah.
And, every account, every, personalized account has an
Right.
IP number.
Now, can people, you know, like hack into that? You know, like people do that with computers all the time because I'm not understanding.
I don't think they can hack into it so much as theoretically, someone could access it from somewhere else. But we have a static, number, which is your fiance's.
I mean, could it be our phone number that's?
No.
No, it's your IP address.
What we can tell you is if someone has access, someone has accessed Craigslist from your apartment.
So, actually, let me clarify that. Someone's accessed, an email account from the IP address associated with your apartment.
Mm-hmm.
And made some emails to someone.
Mm-hmm.
And set up a date.
As police wrap up their interview with Megan McAllister, you can't help but feel sorry for her.
I have no further questions.
No further questions, no.
Would you be willing if we do have some other questions to come back in for this?
Sure.
Okay, great.
I mean, is there any reason for me to be like scared to go home with this person? My fiance?
At this time, we're gonna make some decisions. We don't know what's going on outside this room, so we're gonna.
Like, I just,
Do you have any reason to fear him?
no, not at all, but I'm just, you're worrying me.
Well, I can see this is very serious business, and, you know, we don't mean to worry you, we don't mean to alarm you in any way. This is pretty serious, and, you know, that's what we do, we investigate homicides. You know?
Right. I mean, are there other people that were at this hotel that could have done this? So,
That's why we have an ongoing active investigation.
okay. Okay, I'm just wondering if he's one of two or one of, 30.
Well, all I know is, you know, just following an investigation logically the way that we do, you know, an online internet-based so to speak, or appointment was made from a computer in your apartment, at the same time that an individual that resembles your fiance shows up at the hotel where the crime occurred. Okay, it was at the hotel where the crime occurred. So I think,
I mean, because my mom was like worried, she's like, you're going up to Boston, don't be going, to hotels, so that's where I know it from, so now.
So I will, we will try and answer questions you have. I'll leave you my card and Sergeant Duff's card, and, we'd probably like to talk to you one more time at least. And, if you're willing to do that, that'd be great.
I'm sure there's some questions that we either forgot to ask.
Okay, and who's questioning him right now, do you know, or
I
is
think
he?
he's finished.
He was finished, all right.
You have an understanding of what it is I'm talking about to you, and I'm asking you just to step up and.
I'm listening to what you're saying. It doesn't really apply to me.
No, okay, and
You're just like telling me a story.
Oh, I'm telling you a story.
I don't have anything to add to it.
Okay, well, I'm telling you a story, it is just that right now, in this story, your role in this story is you're the casual stroller. Maybe.
Well, I'm not in this story. I don't know.
Well, you are in the sense that you're sitting here as the story unfolded prior to your arriving here. Your role in the story is that of maybe somebody who passed through the hotel lobby. That's your role, correct? That's maybe.
I don't know how to answer that.
Yeah, it is, and again, it's only a scenario that I'm applying to this story as it's unfolding here, and I'm asking that if you're the guy that was more than the casual stroller, that may have been up in the room somehow, some way, some shape or form, got enticed into a room and something got ugly, maybe you have an explanation as to what might have happened up there.
I don't really know what you're talking about. This is why I wish I had a lawyer here. I could just be like nodding along and agreeing to something.
And that's fine.
I don't really mean that didn't happen.
And again, Phil, if you're alluding to a lawyer, we need to, expound upon that. If you are that unsure of proceeding without.
Well, the way you're phrasing things, it seems like I could just be nodding or saying yes, and the way you're questioning me, I could be agreeing to anything. But you're saying yes or no, I don't really.
Well,
that's why I wish someone was here to tell me that by nodding my head or something, I'm agreeing to something you're saying.
No, that's fine, and
that's why I wish I had one, but I don't really know who to call for a lawyer.
Well, that's fine, you know what, we're gonna stop this interview if you want an attorney. That's your choice if you want an attorney, correct?
I guess, if you're just gonna keep asking me the same questions over and over.
So we're gonna give you that, okay?
Can you get me one? Or
We'll
is this gonna keep going on like this?
Pardon me?
If this is gonna keep going on like this.
No, it's your choice, we can make some calls right now. If you would like an attorney to come and counsel with you this afternoon and then continue this, that's all right.
I told you I don't know what you're talking about, so
I'm
can you get me an attorney?
not gonna answer the same question.
Well, if you can get me an attorney, I would appreciate it.
We've already explained to the same issue an attorney.
Well, who did you say I could call? You said you could.
Yeah,
you
we'll
said you
end
could
the
make phone calls.
interview. You want an attorney, we'll end the interview, all right?
Okay,
All right?
yeah.
I want to be clear about this. You're invoking your rights to an attorney. You
Yeah,
refuse
sure.
to speak to us without an attorney present.
I guess if this is.
It's not a yes, it has to be a yes, no. Question is, one line here is, I understand what you're.
I just wish you could get me a lawyer because I feel like I'm just sitting here and.
You're frustrated because you don't want to keep answering the same questions over and over again.
Well, and I could, what he's saying giant paragraphs and he said yes or no, but who knows what yes or no means, what he's saying.
Okay, so how about if we change the line of questioning?
Can you just get me someone? You mentioned you could, thank you.
Time is 3:35 PM, April 20th, the year 2009. Thank you.
After the interview, detectives broke the news to Megan gently. Her fiance, Philip Markoff, was being arrested as the Craigslist killer. He would be arraigned on murder charges the following day. Megan began crying and told police that she wanted to go home to her parents' house in New Jersey. She asked if she might borrow a computer to buy plane tickets online. They sat there in front of the computer and then later drove her to Logan Airport, where she caught a flight to New Jersey. She just wanted to go home. When he does get finally arrested, and his parents go to visit him in prison, in jail, he basically tells them to forget about him.
Yeah, I mean, I think he knew what was coming. I mean, I think he realized that when reporters started digging into him, his web presence, they would find these alternative websites that, you know, it's bad enough you're a killer, but you're also, you know, a pervert. And I think in his mind, he couldn't stand that. I mean, it's funny, I've met other people who will admit to rape and other things, but if you say, but you also raped this 13-year-old girl, that's where they draw the line. They don't want to say, they'll admit to raping women, but not underage people. They don't want to be known as perverts. And I think that's part of what was bothering him. I think he also knew they had a mountain of evidence against him. Like I said before, I don't think I've ever seen more evidence against anyone.
The evidence was overwhelming. Not only did they track the Craigslist communications back to Markoff's apartment, but they had 3 eyewitnesses who had identified him. Multiple surveillance cameras that captured his face, including the camera at the ATM where Markoff had withdrawn Tracy's $20. They had his fingerprints from the duct tape. And in his home, they found the gun, hidden in a hollowed out textbook of Gray's Anatomy, standard reading in medical school, and an inadvertent poetic statement of this med student turned killer. As if that wasn't enough evidence. As Philip Markoff sat in the interview room with police, evading their questions, the shoes he was wearing still had traces of Julissa Brisman's blood.
Trial postponed. The accused Craigslist killer won't be back in court until later this month. Philip Markoff's murder trial was scheduled to begin tomorrow, but the prosecutor assigned to the case is tied up in another trial. Markoff is accused of killing Julissa Brisman in Boston back in April and assaulting and trying to rob another woman at a Warwick hotel.
But the trial of the Craigslist killer would never occur.
Well, the end of the story is that he was in jail in Boston for a number of months, and you know the case was percolating. The DA was working on it, cops were working on it. They were compiling everything, searching every ounce of. They had his computer. Who knows what else they could have found, and he eventually couldn't take any more. And being a medical student, he knew where the arteries in the body were. So I think the guards at the jail he was in Boston sort of let down their guard a bit. They were supposed to look in on him every couple of hours or so, and they didn't the night he wound up killing himself. And the way he killed himself was he got a toothbrush, he had a razor blade, he made some kind of makeshift scalpel out of that. He cut the arteries in his body. He knew, obviously where they were, the jugular, the femoral artery. And he then put a plastic bag over his head for good measure and taped it, and then he put a cover over him. Oh, he also cut some arteries in his feet that I didn't even know they would bleed that much, but he cut some arteries in his feet, put plastic bags over them so that the blood wouldn't seep onto the floor and the guards wouldn't see it.
He also had smuggled in some tissue paper and shoved it down his throat so that if prison staff tried to resuscitate him, they wouldn't be able to open up his airway.
He took a lot of precautions that way. I mean, he obviously had some time to do this. Cut a bunch of arteries in his body, put plastic bags over his feet and his head, taped it, got under the covers, and died. And before he died, he scrawled something on the wall in blood, like a secret message to his fiancée. I think her nickname was Pocket, and it had something to do with Pocket. It's horrible for her. I don't know what's happened to her, but hopefully she's moved on to, somebody else.
Sometime before this suicide, Megan had visited Philip in prison one last time to tell him that the wedding was off. Megan-Phillip.com is a website the couple set up in preparation for their wedding. Browsing through the pictures of the young couple, pictures of wedding guests, the bridal shower announcement, the quiz about how well you know the couple, you get a sense, a real sense, of the enormous loss because of what has occurred here. Such a life of promise they had ahead of them. Such potential, such an immeasurable waste. Apart from the victims whose loss is apparent and obvious, there are two other families destroyed, Megan and Phillips. This is the About Us section of their wedding website. Its mundaneness gives you a sense of the reality of this story, how these are real people, just like you and me, with a monster in their midst, completely oblivious. Thanks for visiting our website. We have reserved 20 rooms at the Sheraton Eatontown, so please call or follow the link online and mention the McAllister Markoff wedding, and you will get a $155 rate for Friday, August 14th. This is a great rate for the Jersey Shore on the weekend. They will only allow you to book rooms for this rate under our name until July 3rd, 2009. So please book your rooms. Info is under accommodations. Also, we have changed our registries. We are now registered at Macy's, Williams-Sonoma, and Pottery Barn. So please visit the registry page, which includes the links. When you purchase gifts through Macy's registry, Macy's will make a donation to the March of Dimes, our charity of choice, which is very special to us. Thank you. We look forward to spending our special day with you, Megan and Philip. The About Us is followed by a section labeled How We Met. We met while going to college at University at Albany together. Megan was a senior and Phil was a sophomore. Our apartment buildings were right next door, and we didn't even know it until we met one day at the hospital. We both started volunteering at the hospital on September 19th, 2005. We volunteered at the emergency room together and spent about 2 months pushing stretchers down hallways and bringing blood and urine samples to pathology together before our first date on November 11th, 2005. Important dates. First date, November 11th, 2005. Engagement date, May 17th, 2008. Wedding date, August 14th, 2009. That does it for part 2 of this story. Very special thanks to my guests, Paul LaRosa and John Simic. Also, Paul wrote a book on this case, which was turned into a 48 Hours mystery special by the same name. It's called 7 Days of Rage, The Deadly Crime Spree of the Craigslist Killer. We'll link to it from the show notes at swordandscale.com. And as always, you'll also be able to find links there to all our source material, as well as links to the music we feature here on Sword and Scale. You can find us and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And if you really like the show, tell your friends about it and visit us on patreon.com/swordandscale, where you can throw a few bucks to us each month to help support the show. Also, I know I said last time that we would have a live season finale podcast and meetup. However, due to an unforeseen personal issue, the event has been canceled. The final episode will still take place on December 19th. And after that, I'll be taking some time off to regroup and figure some things out. Sometimes life happens and you have to deal with it. Thanks again for all of your support and understanding. And until next time, don't make any wedding plans and stay safe.
Audiences, listener discretion is advised.
So I'm looking at her body literally jumping off the ground from bullets, of course. He's unloading. He shot at her at least 5 or 6 more times as she's on the ground.
Welcome to Season 8, Episode 179 of Sword and Scale, a show that reveals that the worst monsters are real. Welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Today we have a story that goes very deeply against the narrative set by 2020 that all cops are bad. Yes, some of you might hate it actually, because, ideology. But have a listen. And if you still have no emotions at the end of this episode, well then, go back to your life and your ideology. Or you can open your mind a little bit and hear a human story with lots of moving parts, because reality isn't black and white. In any case, enjoy. On January 7th, 2017, Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton had just begun her 7 a.m. shift. She stopped at an Orlando Walmart to grab some grapes. Master Sergeant Clayton's thoughts must have been preoccupied that day. She made her way to the checkout line and failed to notice the man checking out a few feet away from her. The man was Markeith Lloyd. His face was one Deborah Clayton should have recognized. His photo was on every news channel around the clock. He was a dangerous, wanted man. On this particular day, Lloyd wore a black security jacket and pushed a heavy cart full of groceries. Deborah paid for her grapes and walked to her cruiser, unaware of the turn her morning was about to take. Less than a minute later, a woman in the Walmart checkout line spotted Lloyd. She recognized him immediately from television. The woman hurried out of the store, pretending to be ignorant of Lloyd's presence, when she noticed a familiar smile in the parking lot. She ran to Master Sergeant Clayton and warned her about the fugitive inside. Just as she picked up her radio to contact dispatch and alert them of the sighting, Lloyd exited the Walmart. Here's Walmart employee Monica Pridgeon recounting what she witnessed that day.
And Miss Deborah, as she was walking towards the store, that's when I heard her say, "Hey, you." And to me, all hell broke loose. That's when I stood up and I heard her say, "Hey, you."
Master Sergeant Clayton commanded Lloyd to stop, but he pushed his shopping cart at her and ran to take cover behind a pole.
And I literally watched Markeith Lloyd. All I seen was him run around the pole, and I seen him pull his gun out, and they were shooting at each other like a Western movie. Miss Deborah, I want to say, let off about 6 to 7 shots. I don't know exactly. It was crazy that morning. And Mr. Markeith pretty much was trying to unload his gun on her. He was really trying to get rid of her. Like it was something personal.
Deborah was unaware of how dangerous Markeith Lloyd was, but you don't become a wanted man for any small crime. She had just come face to face with a cold-blooded killer.
And then all of a sudden I see Miss Deborah fall. I guess that's when she must have called, "I got shot," or something on her radio, on her walkie-talkie.
42-year-old Markeith Lloyd was not always a wanted man living in the streets and having shootouts with police officers. Markeith was born on an Air Force base in South Dakota. Markeith's father died shortly after Markeith was born from a drug overdose, leaving him in the care of his mother and siblings. After the death of his father, the family moved to Orlando, Florida. At a young age, Markeith started to show strange behavior. He would sit in front of the TV and watch the miniseries Roots excessively. The show Roots follows a 15-year-old African boy who was captured and sold into slavery. You may recognize the main character, who was played by LeVar Burton, who later became Geordi LaForge on Star Trek The Next Generation. Yep, I'm a nerd. In any case, this pre-Reading Rainbow show was very controversial at the time. It showed the cruel treatment of slaves in a way that was considered graphic and had never been done before. Markeith's sister Tanya explains what it was like for Markeith to become entrenched in an obsession with the show.
It put him in a bad place, almost as if when he would watch it, it would become as if he was the one being oppressed in that very moment, as if he could feel every lash they did, it was almost surreal for him, like almost like he was there.
Around the age of 9, Markeith was taken to a mental institution for displaying strange behavior. Although he was only there for a few days, it was clear he was suffering from delusions. By the time he reached the age of 15, Markeith began selling drugs and also stealing in order to feed himself and his siblings. 2 years later, when he was 17, he chose the wrong car to steal. He unknowingly attempted to steal a vehicle owned by a powerful Orlando drug dealer.
I remember my mom got the phone call to come and get him and take him to the hospital. And we initially thought it was maybe he was just got into a fight or something. But when we got to him, he was unrecognizable. They had held him for over 24 hours and tortured him. They let him go in the woods and were shooting at him as he ran away. So he saw a light and ran towards the light and ended up making his way to my grandmother's house. So when we did get back there to see him, like I said, he was unrecognizable.
After his kidnapping, Markeith's mind developed an unnatural level of paranoia. That paranoia, in combination with his growing delusions, led him to believe that God was speaking to him. God allegedly sent Markeith messages about men that wanted to hunt him down and kill him. God also sent him guidelines on how to live. An example of one of those rules was to stop eating meat. But God sent Markeith that message in an unusual way.
But basically, like I said, I don't believe in death. I believe God created animals the same way He created us, flesh and blood. And even the word says that. So, and then, like, I follow signs. Then when I stopped eating meat, I would move to restrooms and my feces was green. So I'm looking down. I've been wrong so long. Now when I got right, I'm thinking somebody was wrong with me. And so I'm always searching. So I start back eating to see what it does, and it started back turning my feces brown. So I stopped back eating meat and started back turning green. It depends on how healthy I'm eating. I think I read something, or I seen something on TV where the doctor said it says. I was searching. I think about my feces green.
That's right. God spoke to him by changing the color of his feces. We've all heard stories of God sending signs through rainbows or burning bushes. But through the habits of Markeith's bowels, that's quite a new one.
And then he hit me. I'm like, damn. I feel like God was sending me the sign, like, this is what it is. So it hit me. When nature is alive, it's green. The grass and the trees. When nature is dead, it's brown. And they say you are what you eat, so you really are what you eat. So if you take any death will follow. When you start eating how God created you to eat, your feces is going to come out green. It depends on how healthy you eat. Because the grass and leaves, they just don't go from green to brown. They'll go from a lighter green to a yellow to a brown. They go to dying off. So I follow signs from God.
Markeith's strange religious ideation was not something he was taught as a child. He developed his connection with God all on his own.
It was very much different from how we were raised. Most of it I don't really understand because he and I we never really talked about it too often. He would express some of his differences from what we were raised with versus what he believed in now. So not much that I can really discuss.
Markeith went on to have 2 children, but he wasn't a present parent for very long. After his second child was born, Markeith was arrested on 20 separate occasions. Yes, 20. One of those arrests sent him to prison for the first time. It was for battery on a police officer.
I was driving the car. I was going to use the restroom. They had them parked the car for one of my wives. So I was driving the car around the corner to the bathroom, and the police got behind me. So when he got behind me, I seen him coming, so I bent a few corners. I paused and I jumped out the car. When I jumped out the car, I could have just ran, but I ain't feel like running. I had to use the bathroom anyways. So I started walking back towards him, and he got out the car. He came up to me. I was the only one out. So he was like, where your license at? I said, I'm like, license for what? I'm not driving. He was like, where your license? I'm like, license for what? I wasn't driving. So he grabbed my hand. So he's like, put your hand behind your back. I'm like, all right, man, but just be careful.
A few days before this traffic stop, Markeith had gotten into a fight with his second child's mother. Markeith cocked his arm back to hit her, but before he could, she whipped out a kitchen knife. He assumed, as he probably had many times before, that she was all talk and continued to take a swing at her. That was until she took a slice out of his palm with the knife.
He grabbed my hands, I'm like, all right, man, just be careful, my hand fucked up. So he went to squeezing and twisting my hand, telling me he don't give a fuck. So I hit him in his shit and started fighting. And then when I got him up over me, I tried to run. He was running. He ran behind me. He pulled out his stick. He swung his stick. I jumped back. I started back running again. But I had just started smoking weed that time in my life. So I was probably 20, 22. I had just started smoking weed. So I couldn't breathe good. So I couldn't even run that far. So I just went ahead and lay down and jumped on the back. And Mason, and I ended up going to jail.
In the midst of Markeith's trial for battery on this police officer, he was indicted on felony-level drug charges. Markeith's home was raided by police, where large amounts of crack cocaine were found. While in the courtroom for the battery charge, the FBI stormed through the doors. They arrested Markeith right then and there, in front of the judge and jury. Needless to say, the jury was quick to find Markeith guilty of the battery charge after watching him be arrested for another crime. And of course, he was sent to prison. Markeith started to become very disillusioned about the criminal justice system, deepening his paranoid belief that the police were out to get him. Markeith Lloyd was released from prison in 2014 and decided to turn his life around. It's challenging to get hired as a felon, so Markeith started working 4 part-time jobs. While working as a delivery man, Markeith was robbed twice at gunpoint. After being robbed the second time, Markeith brought 2 handguns illegally. He attempted to hunt down 2 of the kids that robbed him, but they had skipped town. Markeith was riddled with paranoia, constantly looking over his shoulder. He began to keep a weapon on him at all times. Markeith's younger brother remembers the type of paranoid and delusional phone calls he received after the robberies.
And Marco called me and told me that he was wigging out. He said he was acting strange. So he was like, just talk to him. So he gave me the phone. He gave the phone to my brother. And I was like, hey, what's going on? And then that's when he was like, they trying to kill me. So I said, I'm like, who? And he was like, these crackers. So I was like, calm down. So I was like, calm down. I was like, everything will be all right. But he was like, no. He was like, if they kill me, I'll be back. So I'm like, but I don't want you to. I said, I didn't want you to be back. I want you here now. Like, I'm selfish. I don't want you to leave. You've been gone for so long anyway. So he said, Jesus, I'll be back like Jesus.
Markeith also began to develop a Facebook addiction, like many of the rest of us. Social media was, after all, non-existent when he went to prison, and the world outside the prison walls now looked very different. Everyone seemed to be using social media, and it was weird if you weren't. More importantly, Markeith now had infinite women at his fingertips. He saw how many women were posting intimate details about their lives all over Facebook. They posted photos of their families, photos of themselves with friends, and lots of suggestive sexy selfies. Naturally, Markeith spent all day perusing this new app, adding women, messaging women, and liking their photos. Soon he came across the profile of a woman named Sade Dixon.
She sent me a friend request. And she sent me a friend request like a lot of females do. So I accept the friend request. I go to the page, make sure the page is real. So I like a couple of pictures for all the female friends. I like a couple of pictures. So with Sade, I liked a couple of pictures of her. She had kids. I liked a couple of pictures of her kids. And I went on Facebook. So as soon as I went on Facebook, she jumped in my inbox with a private message. And then she's like, you know what all that liking lead to. So I hear it back. I'm like, yeah, you find all that. I said, but what else you got to offer to a relationship? What your credit score is?
What an interesting way to start a flirty conversation. You're fine, but what's your credit score? Truly a Casanova amongst men.
At this time in my life, I wasn't just looking for sex. I wanted kids. I wanted to be in a relationship so I could try to have kids. And then I wanted a female that got other stuff going on.
Sade Dixon did have a lot going on. She was a 24-year-old with dreams of becoming a real estate agent or an OBGYN. Two very different things, of course. Sade was also a single mother of two, which interested Markeith.
I wanted a family. I wanted kids. I wanted my kids to be raised in the house with their mother and father. Because I didn't get a chance to raise my son and daughter. So I was taken out of their life. So I wanted that, and I missed it. So I wanted to have it.
On September 16, 2016, Markeith took Sade on their first date.
When I first picked up, she came out and she had some shorts, booty shorts. So I was gonna say something, but I didn't say anything. So I just let her be her. I just watched to see what kind of person I was dealing with. Because a queen don't dress like that. You're exposing yourself to the world. I don't agree with that. I wouldn't want my woman doing it.
Markeith may claim he disapproved of the way Sade dressed, but that didn't stop them from having a good time.
So we had sex on September 16th, the first day. So come October the 1st, she was like, I didn't have no period. I didn't have my period month. So I'm like, well, when you usually have a period? She said around my in the 20s. So I'm like, all right. We went about what you call them, a pregnancy test. When we bought a pregnancy test, we took a pregnancy test, it came back negative. So we ended up waiting like a week and took another one, and it came back positive. And she was like, I need to check. I need to check when I conceive.
Markeith and Sade had sex on the 16th of September, and by October 1st, Sade was pregnant. Markeith had doubts that he had impregnated Sade the first and only time they had sex.
I feel like she was pregnant before I got with her. I didn't care. I wanted the baby. Because I take care of kids that are not mine anyway. And I wanted the baby. I'm a convicted felon. I can't go adopt one. I wanted to raise a child.
After Sade became pregnant, she moved in with Markeith against her mother's advice. From the moment Sade's mother met Markeith, she hated him. Her mother made it clear a 45-year-old felon shouldn't be dating a 24-year-old girl. Duh. Markeith's extensive list of baggage and trauma just added fuel to the dysfunctional fire.
Well, I guess her mom felt like I was too old for her daughter. How she felt, but she was negative. She was disrespectful, but I always respected her for Sade alone. And then also when I met her husband, he was always respectful to me. So that's his castle and the king of his house. I come over, I'm gonna respect her, whether she disrespect me or not. I still respect her.
Markeith believed that the man of the house was the king of the castle. He believed you needed to treat the man of the house with respect, and the rules he put in place were to be seen as law. Clearly, Markeith saw himself as more important than he was. Sade's mother wouldn't allow Markeith inside her home at any time. She called him a pedophile and refused to even be cordial with him. Markeith started to believe that God was sending him signs pertaining to his unborn child. As Markeith noticed more signs from God, he lost interest in his relationship with Sade. Instead, his focus was on the child inside of her. This is indeed no ordinary love. Markeith tried to force Sade to follow his heavenly guidelines and kept tabs on everything she did. It's important to point out that not all of Markeith's requests were crazy. He did ask that Sade refrain from smoking weed during the pregnancy. What a good dad. Props for that.
I would lend the money to buy chicken or whatever for the store from the big Sam's Club, whatever we go at to buy the stuff. So he asked me to borrow $600 at the time. So I'm like, all right. So I'm like, I ain't got no money on me, but you to keep a couple $1,000 on me. So I'm like, all right, let me go. I got to go to the house and get it. I ain't got enough. I stopped killing money for that to be robbed. So when I go to the house, I go in the house. She don't know I'm coming home, but because there was one of the texts I text too, and the text me. So I come home, I open the door. It's a pretty scene. She on the bed. She got the black, what you call them, screen cards, flash cards. She studied her homework for real estate school. She got the music playing. I come in, and I'm like, all right. But you know, look, I see a big ham sandwich on the bed. I'm like, what that is? And she was like, oh, I was just hungry, and I ain't want to cook anything. I'm like, Charlie, you could have cooked something. You could have called me. You know, I can't bought you anything. I'm like, that's a lame excuse. But I'm like, I wanted to God send me home to catch you eating meat.
As time went on, Sade refused to conform to Markeith's strange beliefs. The more he fought with Sade, the more he realized he didn't want her in his life, and he only wanted the child. The problem was Markeith couldn't kick her out of the house, so he came up with a plan.
And I was going to wait till like 6 months, and I was going to leave her so she could be what she wanted to do what she wanted to do. Bobby wanted her to abort the baby, and I know how females get vindictive. I was going to stay with her to 6 months, so when I sent her home at 6 months, she's not going to be able to get abortion done. So I was going to give her 6 months, so I had talked to one of my exes, and I'm like, she got 6 months to get her stuff together. If she don't have stuff together in 6 months, I'm gonna leave her. Me and you go get that together, and me and you go raise the baby.
Markeith was making plans with his ex-girlfriend to take Sade's baby after it was born. He had to wait 6 months to kick Sade out of the house. By then it would be too late for her to get an abortion. Markeith preached those divine rules that he wanted Sade to follow. Don't eat meat. Be honest. Be faithful. He spoke of himself like Jesus. The only difference was Markeith's disciples were all women that he was sleeping with behind Sade's back.
I got a load of female friends on Facebook, so females always coming. So I would come home some days and Sade would be on the Facebook page. She asked me who that was. I'm like, Puerto Rican Princess on Instagram. I showed her. So she seen Puerto Rican Princess, so she was, next thing I know, she done blocked me. She was blocking all type of females.
There were times that Sade caught Markeith sneaking around on her, but he always tried to lie his way out.
So she went somewhere, so I called Janice. I'm like, man, what's up, where you at? She said, I'm at the jailhouse visiting my brother. So I'm like, well, when you done, come down Rio Grande and pick me up. So she came down Rio Grande, I ran down the street, she picked me up, so we get in the car. So she was like, where your girl at? I said, I don't know, she probably went like, I don't know.
While Sade was gone for the day, Markeith called a woman for a quick hookup. He asked her to pick him up down the street from his house, a foolproof way to avoid being caught.
So I went to Janice. Me and Janice went and had sex. When I came, when Janice dropped me off, She dropped me off down the street, so I ran home. When I came home, Sade was finally home, came in, I got ready for work, I went to work, and then I came back home from work to get something. I can't remember. But when I came back home, Sade was like, have sex with me. I'm like, no, man, I gotta get back to work. I'm late. She's like, no, have sex with me. So I'm like, all right. So I tried, but it ain't nothing happened. So I'm like, nah, I'm nervous, man, because I'm late. She's like, no, she's like, I always. So I'm like, you ain't nervous. You've been having extracurricular activities. Because I know you, Marquis. I know you. So I'm like, no, I'm just late for work.
Thing is, Marquith's household only declined from there. A few days later, Sade refused to do what he asked of her, though he chose a more hands-on approach.
So I grabbed her by her neck and I pushed her down. Basically, that's what she told me. I grabbed her by her neck and I pushed her down. So when I did that, I told him I'm going to leave.
Marquith then did a 180. He believed that because he put his hands on Sade, God would want him to give up both Sade and their unborn child, a punishment for his wrongdoing and probably a blessing for Sade. That was until God told Marquith he could make a sacrifice.
I had dreads that came way past my waist, so I had long hair. So by me trespassing on her, I felt like I had to give something. I had to give up something, so I cut my hair off. I love my hair, and I was wrong. Even though whatever she did, it makes no difference what she did. I had no right to put my hand on. So I cut my hair off.
During the fight, Marquith bit Sade on her back. The bite was so deep that she had to get the tetanus shot. Sade finally had enough. It was too bad it took a violent display of animalistic behavior to convince her to leave. She decided to move out, and in the process, she unknowingly threw Marquith's entire 6-month plan out the window. Over the course of the only 2 days that Sade was back at her mother's house, Marquith became even more paranoid. God was flooding his brain with visions of the danger Sade was putting his child in. Marquith called Sade day and night, voicing his concerns about what she was doing to the baby.
I envisioned my child, and he or she was free from the pain of this world, including the pains I can cause you to bring you stress. And with that being said, I'm out of your way for you to do as you choose. I just want what's best for my child. But if you see different, so be it. I just have to be out of your way. Because I can't just sit on my hands and close my mouth to what I see. I love my child, and it doesn't start the day of the birth. We begin to raise them from the womb. The love we give, the food we feed, the air we breathe. And I definitely can't keep a clear head with lies in our world. But I'm here for my child 1,000%. And that's one thing you're gonna have to worry about. I just wish I could give him or her the life I envisioned from the womb to the tomb. But that takes two. Whatever it is.
A vision of Sade's mother and grandmother taking her to get an abortion played continuously in Marquith's imagination. He decided the vision must be from God, and he needed to do something to stop her. On December 13th, 2017, Marquith Lloyd drove to the home of Sade Dixon. The entire drive, he sent her text messages filled with paranoid accusations. Marquith arrived at the family's Pine Hills home around 9 p.m. and walked to the side of the house. He knocked on Ronald Stewart's window. Marquith told Ronald that he needed to speak with Sade outside, knowing that he wasn't allowed in the home. When Sade stepped out to the front porch to speak with Lloyd, he began to scold her for thinking about aborting his child. The conversation started to go downhill quickly, and Marquith became aggressive. That's when a car pulled up to the driveway, dropping off Sade's younger brother. The couple went silent as he walked past them into the house. Sade used her brother's arrival as an escape and told Marquith to wait while she went back inside. She wanted Marquith to leave. but she could tell that he wasn't going to let this argument go. She walked up to her bedroom and took her pistol out of its lockbox. Sade was given the handgun by her uncle for emergencies only. Unfortunately, her uncle never taught her how to load it. She put the empty pistol into her waistband and walked back outside, calling Markeith to the side of the house.
I go to the side of the house. I'm thinking she's gonna go back there and play with her dog. She got this huge rock wall. Every time we come around, she always go in the backyard and play with his dog. It's a female rock wall. So I'm thinking she's gonna go back there and play with the dog. Mess with the dog while we over here, while I'm around here. So I go to the side of the house and she was in the back side of the house. When I come to the side of the house, she got a gun. So I'm like, Shawty, I'm like, man, what the fuck you finna do? Shoot me? And she just kept patting me. She's like, why you doing this? Why you doing? I'm like, Shawty, what the fuck is you finna do? Shoot me? Why you doing this? Why you doing this stuff? She's not answering my questions.
Markeith demanded that she hand over the gun to him. And as she reached into her waistband, Markeith pulled the trigger. His gun made an audible click, but no bullet exited the chamber. Both Markeith and Sade were caught off guard by the misfire. Sade dropped her gun into the grass and ran back into the driveway, bumping against the door as she ran. Markeith picked up her gun and put it in his waistband before chasing her back around the house. Sade's brother Ronald heard the bump on the garage door and walked out to check on his sister.
I saw Markeith on one side of the car and Sade on the other side of the car. I was looking at her and it seemed like she was really afraid. She was ducking her head down and trying to avoid him.
Markeith tucked his gun up under his right arm when he saw Ronald walk out. Ronald asked if everything was okay, and they told him to go back inside. Sade wanted to protect her brother, and Markeith didn't want any witnesses.
I said, doesn't look like you guys doing much talking. As I got closer, he started walking towards the middle of the driveway. I was saying, yeah, I think you guys need to save this for another day because it doesn't look like you guys are talking too well right now.
Ronald could tell something was terribly wrong by his sister's demeanor, and Markeith's strange stance gave him a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. He knew that if this didn't stop now, they would both be in trouble.
He was saying, yeah, she's smoking, she's effing this dude. I was like, women will say certain things to put you away. You gotta give them space. And that's what we need right now. We need to give this some space and some time. So she began to say, why you telling our business? And she also followed up saying, you didn't tell them about putting two guns in my head in the backyard. And I told Sade you're going to go walk to the house. And he stepped like 2 steps, quick steps, saying, no, she ain't going nowhere, talking about this today.
That's when Sade Dixon made a dash towards the front door of her mother's home, a run for her life.
And I started running as well, going to the front. I saw that the door wasn't unlocked, it was hanging on the door. I saw him take out the gun. I heard a bang, and next thing I know, I didn't have control of my body. I felt like someone kicked me really, really, really hard in my stomach, and I fell down.
Sade Dixon heard her brother get shot and kneeled down over his body to protect him. With Sade and her brother laid over one another, Markeith might as well have been shooting fish in a barrel.
I remember when I felt her over my body, like she was patting my shoulder, kept on shooting me, and he stepped over me, kept on shooting her. He stopped shooting her, put his attention on me. He was right like at the bottom of my feet when he stopped shooting her, and he held the gun towards me. He started shooting, hit me twice in the leg, 2 bullets in the leg, and he was aiming for my heart. I rotated my side to cover my heart so he won't hit it. As that last shot still hit me in my chest, I started hitting the door open.
Sade and Ronald's mother opened the door to see her 2 children bleeding on the doorstep. Markeith took off, running to his car, and fired a few shots at the door before fleeing the scene. Stephanie Dixon Daniels, Sade and Ronald's mother, describes what it was like seeing two of her children and her future grandchild in utero lying on the front lawn, their bodies riddled with bullet holes.
I saw my daughter on my right-hand side laying, bleeding to death, and I saw my son laying on the rock part or leg spread on the porch. And they were both down and they were bleeding. And I'm screaming to the top of my lungs that my baby was shot. I was screaming and I'm about to walk out the door, but then Dominique snatched me and closed the door. Then I heard 3 to 4 shots. Then my son had walked out the door and I walked out the door with him because the car was gone by that time. I immediately started tending to my daughter because she was unresponsive. She was laying face down with her face looking up at the door on her chest. So we had to flip her over. Well, I kept yelling, my baby, my baby, my baby, Ron, Ron, Ron. And he was grunting. At least we knew we got some type of grunt for him, but Sade wasn't responding at all. So that's when I checked her pulse. And that's when I told Dominique we need to start CPR.
Markeith Lloyd fled the scene, but he sent Sade one last text that read,
Don't know if you're gonna make it. I hope you don't. I told you don't play with me, and you went and got a gun on me instead of talking to me. So you won, and when all I ever wanted was to talk, and now we're paying the price.
Sade Dixon and her unborn child died on the front porch of her mother's home. Ronald Stewart required multiple life-saving surgeries, but he survived. Sade died before she learned the gender of her child, a baby boy. The manhunt for Markeith Lloyd commenced almost immediately. Markeith sat in a restaurant with his eyes on the television, absorbing every report about him. As Markeith watched his name in the headlines, the persecutory delusions started to cloud his judgment. Markeith contacted his niece and asked her to reach out to the news for him. She gave them an interview, which never made its way to television.
So now I tell my niece, I'm like, you know what, bump the investigation, go to the news. Now I send her straight to the news. She go to the news, she give them the interview, she get an interview, and then I call her. I'm like, Keisha, what's up, what happened? She was crying, she was hysterical. She was like, Uncle Keith, they played what they wanted to play. They played what they wanted to play. They played what they wanted to play. So I'm like, all right, man. I'm like, man, fuck that shit. They trying to kill me. I'm like, all right. So boom, now come to find out, we trying to get the original interview. They done destroyed that. We try to get that from the news people. They done destroyed that. Because they know they part of it too.
He now believed that the media was trying to get him killed by creating a narrative that painted him as a monster. Imagine that. The news making a murderer out to be a murderer. Certainly not an uncommon occurrence in this new age of 24-hour news. But unjustified? Come on. A few days after contacting his niece, she was arrested for helping him evade police. The arrest was made as a ploy to lure Markeith out of hiding, and she was actually never really charged. While his niece was being suspected of helping him evade arrest, Markeith Lloyd stopped at a Walmart to buy some food and water before he could flee to Orlando. As he stepped out the door, a police officer appeared out of nowhere. Markeith recognized this officer. They had known one another for years, and up until now, he called her a friend. That officer was Deborah Clayton. Keith had come face to face with Master Sergeant Clayton, an officer he had known for years. Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton had been a member of the Orlando Police Force for 17 years. Deborah had an infectious smile and greeted everyone she met with kindness and respect. She was loved not only by other police officers, but by the community she served and protected.
She was always that same person. She had that same smile. I never saw her angry. I mean, I didn't hang around with her all the time, but the times that we did interact, no matter what, she was the same person with that same smile, friendly and always willing to help.
This is Arlene Willis. Arlene was a friend of Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton. She met Deborah while working for a nonprofit called Stop the Violence and Embrace. Their goal is to reduce crime in poor areas by mentoring teens.
She always had that smile when she would come in, and she said she would always speak to everybody every morning. Even people would say that when she started, they would sometimes be so irritated with her because she would have that same smile every morning. Good morning, you know, and it would be so early in the morning, but she would come in all the time being the same person.
Deborah Clayton chose a career in law enforcement because she wanted to help the community that she grew up in. She believed that by putting on the badge, she could become the change that she wanted to see around her.
Pretty much at the end of the day, she wanted to help people. And from what I could recall, Deborah had to end up taking in her siblings. So she always had that and groomed them and raised them, and they always looked up to her. So she always had that spirit of helping. It was just a part of her. So being a police officer, she wanted to make a change in the community. She wanted to let people know police officers are not all bad, and wanted to make a difference in the community because she was from this community pretty much. So she didn't go be a police officer someplace else, and she certainly could have been, but she was a police officer in this community.
Master Sergeant Clayton's work with Stop the Violence and Embrace aimed to teach children that police officers are meant to be a pillar of the community, representing safety, a lesson that should be taught in this day and age in every urban area in America. Emergency responders are, after all, civil servants. She didn't want Black children to see police officers as they're often taught to see them, as the enemy. She believed that despite the damage that had been done to the relationship between minority communities and the police, it was still possible to unite everyone by humanizing the uniform. Together, Deborah Clayton and Arlene organized events in Orlando where law enforcement and their community could intermingle and form meaningful relationships.
We put on some things in the neighborhood that will allow them to meet police officers. And so we would have events, taking it to the streets, and we would have people come in. We would have the lieutenants, we would have all the law enforcement as much as possible come in, the sheriffs, they come in and they talk about the community. They have an opportunity to meet and break bread with the community, people of the community. If you met Deborah, you knew that you would feel like, wow, I would like to be a police officer if they all were like Deborah. And certainly you wouldn't be afraid after you met Deborah of police officers because she made you feel welcome.
Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton was one of the first responding officers to the Pulse nightclub shooting in 2016, when Omar Mateen shot and killed 49 people, wounding 53 more. We covered that story back in episode 69 of Sword and Scale. Mateen was sworn to a terrorist organization, and the incident was deemed the deadliest terrorist attack since 9/11. The shooting came to a sudden halt after 3 hours when Mateen was shot and killed by police.
Deborah was fearless. Being a police officer, I knew she knew that when she left her house that morning, whether or not she was going to return, she didn't know.
Master Sergeant Clayton even wrote a book titled Bridging the Gap Between Law Enforcement and the Community, which was written to assist in the training of police officers.
That was the goal in bridging the gap. Because again, what I said earlier is her goal was always to let people know in the community that one, you can count on police officers, they're not all bad, and when you see us, you know, you can approach us and you can talk to us. And so she always, that's why she participated in all the things in the community when she had an opportunity, because that was her goal and her dream.
Deborah Clayton had bridged the gap between her and many of the people in her community. One of those people was Markeith. Deborah helped him out in any way she could. Up until now, she believed that he had actually turned his life around after years of being a young criminal. Markeith had been on the run for 28 days before he stopped to purchase some groceries. When Master Sergeant Clayton confronted Markeith outside the Orlando Walmart that morning, she may have thought that he would turn himself in peacefully to an old friend. Instead, he engaged her in a gunfight. Master Sergeant Clayton was shot multiple times and fell to the concrete. She was hit in the hip and she couldn't lift herself onto her feet. Deborah desperately reached for her police radio, assuming Markeith would run from the scene. A crowd of people watched as Markeith then stepped over Deborah. He looked down at her, knowing that she could no longer fight back and defend herself. Then he made sure the job was done.
She was on her back, and as I got ready to run over there, Markeith Lloyd just kept shooting at this lady while she's on the ground. So I'm looking at her body literally jumping off the ground from bullets, of course. He's unloading. He shot at her at least 5 or 6 more times as she's on the ground. I'm standing over her and I'm telling her to calm down. I'm telling her, hold on. She's looking at me. All I knew was to pray for her. And I just kept praying. I seen the bullet hole right here in her neck. I seen it right there. I didn't see any other wounds, but the hole was right here in her neck. I snatched my hat off, and I was getting ready to try to put my hand over the hole, which was no blood coming out. I knew what time it was, you know, from me seeing other situations I've been in. And she was looking at me, and all I could do was pray for her. And them 2 officers came around the corner. Mr. Markeith Lloyd calmly walked to the car, very calmly, like he was grocery shopping. She was trying to gesture. Her hand was going towards her, and she was still trying to get to that walkie-talkie. And like my heart to this day, I wanted to grab that walkie-talkie. I wanted to grab a gun and shoot Markeith. I wanted to grab, there was a bunch of stuff I wanted to do. Like I wish I could just rewind that day. Not a day goes by that I don't think about Miss Deborah. Not a day that goes by I don't think about. I can be at work and I'll just start crying. I can be driving, I'll just start crying. Like that was somebody's, she was a human, you know? She was a human.
Markeith Lloyd walked to his car away from the scene right before police arrived, as Deborah Clayton bled to death in the arms of a stranger.
Deborah died trying to protect pretty much the community, because the person who shot her in cold blood in broad daylight could have, of course, if he had no respect and no mercy for a police officer, he had no mercy or respect for any other human being.
After her death, Master Sergeant Deborah Clayton was promoted to lieutenant.
And oftentimes you'll hear people say, you know, when you leave here, what is your legacy? And her legacy, people can look back and say the things that I'm saying. She was a very nice, compassionate woman who cared her job. If people know police officers, they don't get, it's like educators. You don't get paid a lot of money. So what you're doing must be something that your heart so desires to be. And I think that's what she was doing, is what her heart so desired for her to be.
Once Markeith executed Deborah Clayton, his car's description was blasted over the radio of every police officer in the state of Florida. Markeith didn't get very far before a car chase had begun. Orange County Deputy Norman Willis chased Markeith down on his motorcycle. Norman's motorcycle was hit by another car running a red light, and he was killed. Markeith escaped the car chase and carjacked a new vehicle at gunpoint to avoid being caught. Markeith's actions had now caused the death of a pregnant girl, her unborn child, and 2 police officers. The manhunt intensified, and Markeith was put onto the U.S. Marshal's top 15 most wanted fugitives list. A $100,000 reward was set up for his capture. Roadblocks were placed on every single street, and his family members' phones were tapped. The entire Orlando area went from a tourist hotspot to what felt like a police state. Markeith's phone records went dead for days, but not for long. As soon as Markeith started texting his family members, police were able to pinpoint his location. On January 17, 2017, 8 days after Markeith murdered Deborah Clayton, hundreds of police officers from all different police departments surrounded the 1100 block of Lescott Lane. Around 7 p.m., helicopters flew overhead, shining light onto the abandoned house Markeith was squatting in. Markeith stuck his head out of the back door and realized he was surrounded. It was finally time to give up. So he threw his 2 guns out onto the lawn, one of which had a drum mag. For those of you that don't know what a drum mag is, it allows a gun to fire large amounts of bullets without reloading. If you remember the old gangster movies with the machine guns and that round thing below it, that's a drum mag. It holds a whole lot of bullets. This was in addition to the body armor he was wearing. He seemed to be gearing up for war, but in the end he chose to surrender. Finally, the handcuffs placed on Markeith's wrists during the arrest belonged to Lieutenant Deborah Clayton, a ceremonial gesture practiced in law enforcement, but often not spoken of. Jury selection was difficult for Markeith's trial. His story was on every single news station in the state of Florida, making it difficult to build a jury that hadn't already made their minds up about his guilt. The media's influence on the trial was brought up frequently by his defense. All were desperate attempts at a mistrial.
He sees news reports on this, and they're telling this story, making out to be a monster. Those people, the news, they're here, they've been here the entire time. They're distorting the truth on this black man, making him to be a monster.
Markeith couldn't help but address the media himself, writing a letter to Channel 6 News in Orlando.
I wonder how do you and your coworkers feel about the outright lies that you guys were reporting that was released to you by the police force that was investigating the case? Probably just another day, huh? The false story was reported to shape public opinion to how the system wants the public to view me in this case. We all know the prosecution begins with the media. It's being reported to potential jurors. And now they try to take advantage of the tragic situation that happened in my life to use that to hunt me down and kill me. Never been a rabbit, always been a lion. I meant peace for peace and violence for violence.
That's some Shakespearean shit there, Markeith. In case you're wondering, he wasn't a very easy defendant to work with. Surprise, surprise. While in jail awaiting the trial, he went on a rampage, causing thousands of dollars in damages. He destroyed a TV, an iPad, and ripped phones off the wall to swing as weapons. He also had many outbursts in his first few court appearances, telling the judges to go fuck themselves. Markeith was forced to be removed from more early court appearances than those that he walked out of on his own accord. Markeith's defense believed that maybe they could use an insanity plea to get him out of trouble. Doctors were called to the stand to discuss Markeith's signs from God and his persecutory beliefs that the media wanted him dead. After multiple doctors assessed Markeith, they believed that it was not God sending him signs. He was just delusional.
Over and over and over again,
over and over again. He kept saying I was trying to give up. I was trying to give up, and they wouldn't change the media story about what had happened. And I tried to get people to help me give up. They were after me. They wanted to kill me. He told me he was sending out signals to let the police know that he wanted to give up. But because of the news media coverage, he felt that he was such a hot figure in terms of being sought after by the police that he would be killed if they caught him.
As you may have guessed, Markeith wasn't diagnosed insane.
He doesn't have schizophrenia. Like, he's never really had the hallucinations. He's never really seen things or heard things on a regular basis that others don't. So I didn't think there was a schizophrenic disorder. But he does have these delusions that are kind of isolated. Because, I mean, he's not running through the streets of Orlando, stark raving mad. He had a job. He had delivering some chicken, and he obviously was a father. He was able to do some things and function in society. He obviously has persecutory delusions. He thinks people are trying to hurt him or harm him when in fact they're not. And he has these grandiose delusions. These delusions that, his self-worth, that he's, sort of worth more than he actually is. He's done some things that are special, and he thinks he's sort of a special person. So he has those two things combined. The persecutory delusions are far worse, but he certainly has this grandiosity as well.
With an insanity plea taken out of their toolbox, the defense had to convince the jury not to give Markeith the death penalty. After explaining his deep-rooted paranoia and delusions, they were able to convince 4 of the jurors not to agree with the rest. Markeith Lloyd was given 3 life sentences and now awaits a separate trial for the murder of Deborah Clayton. Sade's mother explained that she had mixed feelings about Markeith receiving life in prison instead of the death penalty. She's happy that Markeith is off the streets, put behind bars where he can't hurt anyone else, but she wishes the jurors could have decided on the death penalty unanimously. Death is what she feels Markeith deserves. Markeith Lloyd took Sade away from her 2 children. While Sade's mother understands that it's difficult for a jury to kill a man on paper, Markeith killed innocent people in real life. He viciously stole from this earth a mother of 2 cops, 2 good cops, and an unborn child. Being a man of God, Markeith himself should have expected the death penalty, right? After all, the Bible says an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth and all that shit. Markeith punished himself for past transgressions by cutting off his beloved dreadlocks. So what kind of punishment does a crime like murder warrant? What else can you cut off, Markeith? While in prison, Markeith has asked his niece and daughter to write a book about the murders. According to him, he doesn't want to use the book to prove his own innocence or even tell his side of the story. He explains that he wants them to write the book so they can get rich off the murder, just how he perceives the media has. This is, after all, the kind of guy that wants to know your credit score before he starts dating you. Whether or not Markeith's weird ideations of voices from God telling him he was going to lose his child were something that he actually heard or didn't, he surely manifested it. If God truly spoke to Markeith, telling him that his baby was going to die, he may have forgotten one detail. Markeith Lloyd certainly did lose his child, but it wasn't to an abortion. It was by his own hand. That does it for another one of these. Thank you for joining us. Markeith Lloyd. What a fucking douche. In any case, we hope you enjoyed this story. If you haven't heard about Plus yet, I don't know what to tell you. Listen to more shows because we talk about it constantly, but it's really the way to support us if you love the show. We spent a long time developing it and a whole lot of money, but now we can't be canceled, which is nice. It's comfortable to go to bed at night. Put your head on a pillow and you know that you're cancel proof. But that's only because of you and your support. So if you want to help us out and get access to over 80 episodes of our exclusive show called Plus, commercial-free early episodes of the regular show, store discounts, tons of bonus content, and everything in a 320 kilobyte commercial-free feed. Head on over to swordandskill.com/plus, put in your info for just $5 a month. It makes a huge difference. And also check out the native iOS and Android app that we've built. It's the best way to listen to Sword and Scale. Forget Spotify, forget Stitcher, all that stuff is garbage. Check out Sword and Scale, the app, in the Apple App Store or Google Play. See you next time, and until then, stay safe.
Why did you tell that? We were nice. Are they gonna sue? Not anymore.
Welcome to Season 10, Episode 243 of Sword and Scale, a show that reveals that the worst monsters are real. We're working on upgrading Plus, and that's going to involve a whole new app and a whole new website and all kinds of cool new features and all kinds of new stuff. In the meantime, we need your help. Log into Plus if you're a member and make sure your email address is correct so we can get a hold of you if we have to. If you're not a member, consider joining. It's pretty cheap, and you get all kinds of extra bonus stuff. Just go to swordandskill.com/plus to join. It really is the only reason we're still here providing true crime entertainment for you right now. These days, the world is full of images that attempt to pull on our heartstrings, if there are any left. Hey, guilty as charged. We do it here all the time. I like to think we do it for not so much a nefarious purpose as to provide you with entertainment. I'm thinking more along the lines of something that asks you for money, but doesn't really provide anything in return. You know, charity. Think more along the lines of those ASPCA commercials with Sarah McLachlan singing over images of sad puppy faces, begging you to donate. I mean, who doesn't want to watch that at 3 o'clock in the morning? And it doesn't just stop with our televisions or podcast appliances either. We see it everywhere. Like the single mother sitting outside of Costco with her 3 dirty-looking children and a sign that says, "Mary hungry, anything helps, God loves you." And then maybe, you know, because you're a psychopath like me, you decide to sit there in your car, parked, and watch for a little while. You know, just to see what happens. And then about an hour later, you see that she's actually hit her daily goal, or maybe she's late for her Pilates class, So she packs up all her cardboard signs and her plastic container that previously held cheese puffs, which she's repurposed for collecting spare change, or more preferably dollar bills, y'all. And then shuffles her 3 dirty kids into her late model Mercedes Benz, gifted to her by her sugar daddy ex-husband, who also sends her a pretty decently sized check every month, as required by state law. She wipes off the dirt or makeup from her children, and off they go, back to their beautiful middle-class home in suburban America after a hard day of begging. You know, sometimes you find yourself handing over a $10 bill just because it's easier and less stressful to our psyche than just avoiding eye contact. While it's true you may never know the true details of everyone's circumstances, it is important to try and make some sort of logical assessment. There are numerous quotes about giving to the needy without a second thought. These bleeding heart liberals really don't want you to think about anything. Just hand over the change. And while these are niceties, the sentiment is idealistic and arguably dangerous. Here's a secret. Some people cannot be helped. Some do not want to be helped. A person who appears to be in need may just be playing the part of a harmless victim to ensnare someone naive and selfless into their web. It happens all the time. In fact, that was Ted Bundy's favorite tactic. This way of thinking may seem a little harsh to some, particularly if you live in Southern California. But self-preservation is crucial. How can we ever help anyone who truly needs it if we aren't considering our own safety first? Those with the biggest hearts have got to be extra cautious with whom they lend a hand. After all, salt and sugar look the same, and so does cyanide. Vancouver, Washington, and Portland, Oregon are a little bit like sister cities. With less than a 20-minute drive between the two, they have similar personalities.
Bro, where'd you get that hat? Thrift store. Really? Well, like the vintage thrift store? Yeah. Yeah, it was $72. Are you still working at that co-op? No, man, I quit. They wouldn't give me enough mental wellness things.
Unfortunately, people like this in the Portland, Vancouver area are as natural and common as cows are on a farm.
I saw that flyer at the co-op. Are you going to the almond milking demo? The Trailblazers? Please. I mean, I like basketball, but that name reminds me way too much of colonization.
Though they may be irritating, we don't often see hipsters as a threat. Ezra McCandless was an anomaly. We aren't side-eyeing the crunchies like they might steal our wallets. The biggest source of anxiety around people like this is whether or not they'll shame us for eating a burger, save the cows, go vegan. Though this type of person has increased in number over the last decade or so, there's no question that this was one of the cities in which they proliferated most quickly. Early in the morning on January 7th, 2007, police in Vancouver, Washington received a 911 call. The person on the other line was one of the strangest characters they had ever encountered.
Let me help you. I'm Dylan Pearson, and I just killed 2 people. Who did you kill?
At first, it was unclear whether or not this was a prank caller.
Okay, where are you at right now? I'm at 2901 North K Street. How did you kill that? Vancouver, with a knife. Are they there too? Not anymore. Where are they at? Well, they're here physically, but they're not here, spiritually. Joy. Their bodies are there? Yeah. Who are they to you? Who are they to me? No one. What's your name? My name is Dylan Peterson. Peterson? What's your first name? Joan? No, Joan Peterson. Joan? D-O-A-N? What? How do you spell your first name? How do I spell it? Dylan. Dylan. And what's your middle initial, Dylan? R. And your date of birth? Come on, I just killed 2 people. What's your date of birth, Dylan? Come on. Dylan, how old are you? Just, the lights on. Get him here. Okay, where are you at in the house? At the front door. Where's the knife at? Where's the knife at? I don't know. Okay, Dylan, tell me where the knife is at. You know where it's at? No. The knife? I'll look for it. Yeah, I don't want you to get it. I want you to tell me where it's at in the house. No. I killed 2 people. It's awful. Why did you kill them? Why? Why? Oh. Do you live there?
Can you imagine getting a call this insane? At this point, the dispatcher had officers en route to the scene. A set of small, single-story conjoined condos in a lower-income neighborhood.
Do you live there? No. Okay, how did you get into their house? How did I get in? Okay. Really? No. Come on. I killed 2 people. I understand that, John. You got that? Yes. I killed 2 people. I killed them. Why did you kill them? Why? Yes. Because. Because why? Because I was born to. Vancouver King Street. There's an orange Camaro outside. There's a red neon somewhere near. Is the Camaro yours? No. 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 Okay. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. What type of car do you have? I would have done it sooner. Do you realize that? What type of car do you have, Dylan? Nice. I don't drive. Come on.
Yeah, come on, lady. Does this guy sound like he has a driver's license?
Give me a break. Where do you live at? Oh, awful. Awful. It's terrible. I called 911 and there's no cops there. Okay, yeah, I gave you the street, the cross street, I gave you everything, and there are 2 people dead, and it's bloody, it's gross. Okay, how long ago did you do that? After you both of them were dead? No. How long ago did that happen? Are you sure that's how long ago? Yes. Oh, poor Sammy, just stop breathing. Poor Sammy, just stop breathing. Poor Sammy. Is anybody else there with you? No. No, there's not. But there's a ton of blood. Oh. Are you still by the front door? No, but the front door is open. The front door's open? Yeah. The dog's outside. Where are you at in the house? By the front door. It's not a big apartment. Okay. It's not a big apartment. I'm outside with blood all over myself. Are you inside or outside right now? I'm outside. I'm in the doorway, talking to you, looking at the trellis that is toppled over. Yeah, no, I killed 2 people with a knife. Okay. I killed 2 people with a knife. You know what that means? It's a lot. Awful. Terrible. It's awful. Okay, do you know where the knife is right now? Where? No. Do you have it on you? No. No. I killed him right off. You think I'm kidding you? You really think I'm kidding you? No, I believe you. believe you.
It sounds almost as if this caller, Dylan Peterson, is reciting a script, like something from a strange, dark sitcom that I would never watch, with an amount of...
And another way, but it's just speculations. Who knows?
Do you think his mother is, would you consider her a victim?
Everyone in the Edmund Kemper story is a victim of some sort, including his mother.
Including Edmund Kemper himself?
Yeah, most serial killers are a victim of a very, very rough childhood. And it's not an excuse or anything, but he didn't have the best opportunity in life to do something else. I believe with a better childhood, things might have worked out better for him.
Unfortunately, my mother developed, and it's not fair to talk about a dead person that way. They can't defend themselves. They can't give you another perspective on what really happened. I can only surmise. But to try to be fair, looking back on it, I'm seeing that she was making an effort to balance her pain with what she was experiencing. And if you look at her dad, he's a wimp. He never did anything. Mom did everything, so she orientated toward her. So she comes out doing that stuff. I find out in sociological studies and psychological studies, that's normal. Not necessarily healthy, but that happens. And my dad, being the wimp out of his family, goes and finds my mom was the dynamo out of her family, and they get married, and it'll either work or it won't. And in his case, it didn't work because she kept hammering on him. She wanted him to change this. She wanted him to change that, and he couldn't handle that. After 13 years, he'd had enough. What I resented was I had a mother, I had a father. Father worked, he brought in a big paycheck. We had a nice house, we had friends, we went to school, right? We had birthdays, we had Christmas, we had vacations. He had Saturday night with the poker buddies out in the guest house by the garage. We were living pretty good. And she absolutely hated that.
3 court-appointed psychiatrists found Kemper to be legally sane. In these interviews, it was learned that Kemper sliced flesh from the legs of his victims, then cooked and consumed these strips of flesh in a casserole. On November 8, 1973, Kemper was found guilty of 8 counts of first-degree murder, but a Supreme Court moratorium at the time prevented a sentence of capital punishment. He instead received 7 years to life for each count, to be served concurrently. Kemper was eligible for parole in 2007 and again in 2012. On both occasions, he told the parole board he was not fit to return to society and was denied parole. In February 2016, attorney Scott Curry relayed to the press that Kemper believes no one's ever going to let him out, and that he's happy going about his life in prison. Kemper's next parole hearing is this year, but according to Edmund Kemper, he said he's not interested in attendance. Jack Rosewood's book, Edmund Kemper, The Story of the Co-Ed Killer, is available on Audible. And listeners can get his audiobook for free with a 30-day trial membership by going to audible.com/monsters. That's audible.com/monsters. If you like the show, join us on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram. And until next time, stay safe.
Notorious through this case because it is the only airliner from which a successful parachute jump can be made from the passenger cabin.
Sword and Scale contains adult themes and violence. It is not intended for all audiences. Listener discretion is advised.
Why is it important for you to be a peaceful driver and steer clear of road rage? For one reason, you are an important person. Someone is waiting for you at your destination. It may be your spouse, a son or daughter, or a business associate. They all have one thing in common. They are waiting for you.
Welcome to Sword and Scale, a show that reveals that the worst monsters are real. This is episode 54. Recently, we've made a ton of new fans, including some very creative people in their own right. One of which is the band Dredge, whose track Down the Cellar you're listening to right now. Special thanks to them, and we'll be featuring more music from very talented fans in episodes to come. But in this episode, we have a story of nuance. 2 cases that seemingly start off with a road rage incident and lead to murder. At first glance, both cases seem very black and white, but there's a hell of a lot of gray here. And we're going to sort through it with the help of CNN legal analyst Danny Savalas. Also, before we get started, I very much want to thank everyone that's contributed to Sword and Scale's Season 3 fundraiser at funding.swordandscale.com. We have now made 254% of our $10,000 goal, and there's still 18 days left to get us to the next goal. Drop by if you can and give us a boost.
What's the address of the emergency?
Thursday, July 23rd, 2015. The quaint north central Citrus County town of Beverly Hills, Florida. Population approximately 8,400. The time, 5:08 p.m. Rush hour.
It's on DeSoto Street. I just got fired. Guy got shot. He's on the ground.
You said it's on DeSoto?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Guy just got shot.
Did you know what happened?
I actually just come down the road. There's a guy pointing the gun, and I watched him shoot another guy. He's got a gun. His old lady's out of the truck right now. It's a lawn truck, it looks like. And the guy was actually walking back to his truck and the dude shot him.
A man is shot in the front lawn of a suburban neighborhood as neighbors watch in horror.
So it's a lawn truck near the victim?
Yeah, it's his wife or whatever's outside of the truck right now. I see children that were in the vehicle right now. They're getting out of the vehicle. He still got the guy at gunpoint. He shot him probably like 5 times.
A man lies motionless on the ground. A woman and her children are being held at gunpoint on a neighborhood street.
What does he look like, the male with the gun?
Orange shirt, he's white, probably upper 40. Him and his wife standing in the front yard.
Are there any weapons out in the he said later 40s?
Yeah, he's probably mid upper 40s. You might want to have him get here pretty quick.
Yeah, we've got a bunch of calls in. We've got a ton of people on the way for him.
Several calls were placed to 911 dispatchers as this event unfolded.
Yeah.
The guy who was shot, does he, appear?
He's on the ground. I'm about 100 yards away, maybe 80 yards on the ground. Got shorts, brown shirt, white male. I really don't want to go any closer.
No, I don't want you to put yourself in any danger.
Yeah. So I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna go to the house.
While this man is being shot and killed, there are occupants in this truck.
There were children in the vehicle when the guy was shooting at him, and there was his wife, I believe. I don't know what the issue was, why he did it, but I've actually talked. I believe these are the people. I've talked to these people before, and they're pretty decent people. So I don't know. This the guy actually that got shot was coming from the guy's house that shot him. So I don't know if he did something to the guy that shot him. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I don't know if he tried robbing on him or whatever, but the dude's on the gun right now. He might be dead.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't want you to put yourself in any danger, but I've got all the information here. We have a ton of help on the way. So just call us back if anything changes, if you do have any more information in the meantime, okay? I appreciate you calling in. I just updated them with all your information.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna head back to my house.
Thank you. No problem.
This man did the right thing. He saw something wrong and called 911. Kept his cool, stayed out of it, and let law enforcement handle the matter. You're about to meet two parties that didn't do that. Instead, they let their emotions fly and their tempers flare. And because of it, two families are now destroyed.
Passengers are met by FBI agents. They realize that their lives have been in mortal danger. On deep breathing, they could remember nothing about the man on the anti-shake case. All right, listen up. Group prolonged their pilot to fly from Sierra to Mexico City, at a height of 10,000 feet, with a speed of 200 miles per hour. Under these conditions, the 727 would have to refuel on the way. Cooper agreed to stop and refuel and leave Nevada. He then made an unusual request. And I want the taxpayer to know that.
Just a brief recap of what happened yesterday afternoon in Beverly Hills. About 5:07 yesterday evening, we received 911 calls pretty much about at the same time from two individuals that were pretty much complaining on one another. The other driver driving recklessly. They followed one of the individuals. Vehicles involved were driven by a Robert Eric Doyle, 51 of Beverly Hills. He's the individual that has been placed under arrest. And the deceased, Candelario Gonzalez, 44 of Beverly Hills. You will be getting a copy of the 911 tape after the press conference is over. You'll be able to listen to those calls. And in those calls, it's described how Mr. Doyle is in front of Mr. Gonzalez, driving down Roosevelt Boulevard, comes down South DeSoto Street, pulls into his house. He gets out, and then we hear two shots being fired. Mr. Gonzalez is on the call as well. You'll hear that. You'll get a copy of that as well. He is claiming that this individual, Mr. Doyle, was the one, the primary aggressor, recklessly, dangerously. He was following Mr. Doyle to get a house number, an address, to give the dispatch, so the deputies can go and make contact with Mr. Gonzalez passed Mr. Doyle's house. Just one house beyond it. For whatever reason, got out of his vehicle. Complication ensued, and then Mr. Gonzalez was shot. EMS and deputies arrived on scene. They started CPR. Unfortunately, it was unsuccessful, and Mr. Gonzalez passed away. As CPR was being administered, other deputies arrived and secured the weapon that was involved, and Mr. Doyle secured for living. Those interviews, he gave us a different side of the story of what you'll probably be hearing on an 911 call. So between the evidence that was found on scene, coupled with that with the 911 calls, we felt comfortable that Mr. Doyle was the primary aggressor, and he was charged accordingly for second-degree murder and 3 counts of aggravated. Open up the questions.
And my son was home babysitting my 2 younger sons. And he said, it sounds like fireworks. He looked outside and there was a dead man lying in the street.
This is murder on a Thursday afternoon in Florida.
Yes, for everything that we checked into as far as, yes, he did have a concealed weapons permit. So he was in lawful possession. In his interview, he mentioned that he felt
He was scared for his wife's safety in the interview. The 911 call that was getting a copy of.
I could tell you what happened in this case, or you could hear it for yourself. This is the 911 call placed by the wife of 51-year-old Robert Eric Doyle.
Thursday, July 23rd, 2015. The time, 5:05 p.m.